Those noises.
All good on the audio.
Good. Here we go. Very good. Hello. That's what I'll do. Hey. Welcome to the Invasion. I had to think what game we were playing there. Session 68. It is the 6th of October 2021. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I am Tom. Also, welcome to the Invasion, Session 68. Tonight I will be Eltris, the Barbarian Elf.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. My name's Chris, and I'm Keldrath, the Dragonborn Monk.
And good evening also from Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the Orphan Cleric.
Excellent. I'm so used to expecting Lyko to be what you say, but you definitely you change the tone, how you deliver each of their intros, which is interesting. Hard.
We'll have to watch on Monday night to find out more. Don't know what that voice was.
It sounded like one of the Red Letter Media skits, didn't it? When they do their almost like overweight sad man kind of voice that they have.
Wow. First of all, no, I think it's definitely a sort of like a very sort of like a deliberate performative kind of misery gutsness a lot of the time, and like sometimes you let it on very thick, and I like that. I like that a great deal.
I before we do our recap here, I watched a video last night of theirs that had just went up, and I found myself just cackling in the early hours of the morning because it was quite late when I started. I thought, maybe I'll just put this on for something to watch, and just tears laughing at absolutely just the nonsense of it. I will pop this in, and you can peruse this later at your leisure. But it was the best of the worst Black Spine raffle, which was just. Yep, it is what it is.
Tim on, I think.
Yeah, they did. Yep, Tim,
who's
or Nin, as they called him, because he was wearing a Nails t-shirt. But anyway, so what do you remember from last time?
Everybody hated me for bringing a unknown woman into the camp.
Again,
I was critical.
Again.
Yeah, I don't think hate is the thing. We got a good clip out of it.
Yeah, no, I just done it for the laugh. Sorry, I don't know they hated me. Don't worry. I just thought it'd be funny if I said it.
Okay.
You did it for to lulls, is what I'm hearing.
I sure did.
Right.
You did it for Craig's foot tattoo. Yep.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that. I forget a lot of things.
That's a fair one to forget, right? That's not the worst.
But I did know of it. I definitely forgot it. So shame on me. Don't get fooled again, etc., etc.
Yep, fair enough.
And the subject of what I remember a large woman of the giant persuasion, who I wondered if she might be an Eton, but she isn't. But she does, to be fair, look more like she's been assembled, or has assembled herself, rather than being naturally occurring. That here the air quotes around that, because obviously I don't think that in are natural. Maybe they are.
Yeah, like more IKEA than Eton. Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Some assembly required. That's fine.
I see. Right. Yes. Question mark. And she was unpleasant, and we gave her the head of the cane, and she did awful things and pointed at it, reanimating it with a nice new body that it grew. Yeah, so pretty horrible, really, and that's where we sort of left off. Reanimated Forest Guardian.
Yeah. Anybody remember?
Oh, by the way, change your Twitch passwords, people.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And anyone that
Wait, what?
streams, change your stream keys as well. Those that know.
I don't know what it means, but I think it's good advice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but the giant was called Minglot, the Everlasting One.
That's true. Yep. Do you remember the?
And her minion
Huh?
and diplomat was called
Zvipdag. Yeah.
Zip tie.
Zip tie. You remembered zip tie.
Svipdag. Yeah. That.
Svipdag. Yeah.
I make it easy for myself.
Yeah. Sure you do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think for the most part that is probably everything, right? Yeah. Goals. What are those? What have we got? Alexander, can you tell us those?
Our general goals are to reach the city of Barris, decide the fate of the dragon egg, stop the deaths Cynthia predicted, and to leave the territorium of Minglod without incident.
Yeah. What about your personal one?
To attempt to convince Vanger that he's will
Oh, it
to
definitely
avoid
doesn't say
cold-
attempt.
Attempt wouldn't be much of a goal.
That's how Fleabite sees it. To convince Vanger that his will to avoid cold-blooded violence will lead to worse consequences.
Eltris.
Mine's is to find out exactly why my skin changed from wood to rock.
Finger.
B. Keep them alive till mountain top.
I like to believe that at the end they realise you're just the final boss. Like when you get to the top, going, well, I got my goal, so.
Why do I hear boss? What would Vanger's boss music be?
Welcome to the jungle.
Okay.
Seems alright, doesn't it? Like, I think that's okay.
I feel like it's very fitting. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Oh, there goes my.
It's a choice.
It is. It's the first thing that came to my mind. Who knows? Probably a lot better options, but it's what came to my mind. Enter the Sandman. I don't know. That might be that.
You know what? Enter Sandman Ghost did a cover for the big anniversary album they're doing.
Okay.
All the songs being covered by various people. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Pressure by Billy Joel also could work.
Don't think I know it.
You probably have heard it, but whether or not you knew what you were listening to is a different story. But that's also pretty good. Yeah. So.
Other artists are available.
Draft your goal.
Challenge Svipdag to a test of our battle skills and win.
Yeah.
Svipdag to combat!
Yep. It's okay, we can get 30 seconds of it, don't worry. Oh dear.
I for some reason I got the Dr. Eggman battle music from
Okay,
that rather than
right. Is that going to be your Vanguard battle music? Oh, some 8-bit wonder. Oh dear. So anyway, that aside, excuse me. Oh, forgive me. There we go. Yeah. Goals. Those are things. I guess yous are looking on in mild horror at this reanimation process that Menglod seems to be doing to the head of Thicane. And as I said, I think I described there as like some kind of like horrible guttural screams coming from it, or like wailing and groaning and stuff coming from the body as it was forming. This kind of like half icy, half zombie type stag body. But if I didn't, I have now, and that's what it is. So, yeah, what do you guys do?
I look on horrified, mainly.
Fair. Any movement from there? Anybody else?
A single tear rolls down my cheek.
You said that last
That's
time.
about it. Did I?
I think
I'm really
so.
invested.
Oh
Yeah, it
dear.
makes sense then.
Sure. Yeah. I guess that's what it makes. Yeah. Any other reactions from anybody else?
I mean, I think
Nothing. Sorry, Cam.
just that Fleabite would look poignantly at Vanger.
You took the words right out of my mouth. This is what you've brought us to.
Oh dear. In his defence, it was that, or he's all fought Svipdag. So maybe he's.
Oh yes. There's no argument. This might still be the safest route up the mountain. We haven't reached that far, but at the moment, it's not looking that way.
I mean, it'll be fine, right? Like it'll be totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Hadn't thought the head alone be sufficient for something like that.
Fleabite will probably think to Vanger, so we still have the connection, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think you do. Right? I don't think you've done it like since leaving camp, have you?
Oh, I'm now trying to remember when we did it. I just see that it's quite recent in the chat log.
Yeah, that
That's
doesn't. Like, yeah, sadly that is not time stamped with us in real time. Like, it would be nice if it was.
I thought it was when we reached the Menglod, but I could be convinced it was.
I mean, you can.
That's what,
I don't mean if you burn it now and do it. To say it's active, that doesn't bug me, but I don't remember it being active for that. But I don't mind if you want to.
no, I think he did it just as we came into this camp.
Really?
You asked us if there's anything we wanted to do to prepare.
I mean, there's an easy way to check, but I can't be arsed going to the video. So sure. I mean, it just means that I just need to dock you it later if we find out where we're wrong. But that's fine. Not gonna super fussed about that. That's fine.
I think I'll just think over it and say, is that of sufficient? Can pass now?
Mentally respond then. Bloody well hope so. I guess it's time for us to answer that question. So I'll ask Svipdag. Is this an acceptable tribute to Menglod? Remind me how I'm saying that wrong, aren't I?
No, Menglod, that's it. Yeah, you got
Menglod.
it.
It is
Yeah,
Menglod. Okay.
Menglod.
For some reason, I have a really hard time remembering that.
It's okay. It's not the
Menglod.
easiest off the tongue.
Yeah. So is this a sufficient tribute to Menglod? Is what he's saying.
And she turns to look at you because she's maybe a wee bit transfixed by what was going on, obviously in front, and the kind of like the icy, frozen river thing, and she like eventually like pulls her eyes off of it and looks at you. Can you roll an insight check for me?
I can. And
Yeah.
I will.
Thank you.
Give me a second though. I hadn't actually opened my dude yet.
Oh my.
Inside. Where are we? There we are. It's not a good roll, Ryan. It's not a good roll.
No, but like you get a look at her, and there's. She doesn't look the same as she did when obviously her like stoic standoffishness that she had before. There's definitely something else to her, but you can't quite pinpoint what it is. But definitely feel like she's a bit different here. And then when she turns to you and she says, "We shall find out."
He nods very gravely.
Nods in class, subclass. Yep. Yeah, Keldrath, anything obvious about your body language? Anything you want to, I guess, think to Fleabite? Anything you want to say out loud?
Did we don't hear their conversation? What Fleabite just...
What Fleabite said to Vanger, no. But what Vanger said to Svipdag, yes. Because he did just pretty much say the same thing back.
I'm going to kind of... Enough that they can hear it. Maybe...
By they, do you mean the party, or like Menglod at the other side of the frozen river?
You'll have to decide that.
Okay.
I'm trying just to make it loud enough to the party.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as that's good. That's the info I needed. Yep.
Yeah. Is the Forest Guardian worth more than the giant we killed, than the fire giant we killed at the bottom of the hill? Could we persuade free passage and maybe even a temporary truce with the fire giants? You spoke to him, to Menglod, and there was a case of didn't trust us. Is this enough to persuade him to trust us that we could get some peace on this mountain for the battle that possibly lies ahead?
I'm not sure I followed that, I'm afraid.
So the gist I got there was that you're saying, is the gift that is the Kain worth Earth safe passage and maybe a truce with the fire giants?
Exactly.
I mean...
I might be pushing it. I do get that, but it might... Two birds with one stone, or one stag.
It seems a touch optimistic, perhaps.
We'll see how the conversation goes.
Okay. I wouldn't be averse, of course, to preventing conflict, but...
I still don't think we're going to avoid it here, but if we can move the subject on a little bit. We'll see what Menglod's answer is to Svipdag.
Yeah. Obviously, there's like an increase in cold. Yep. The coldosity increases of the area, and bit of a chill. And then you hear like the kind of again like groans and kind of almost like like wounded animal type screams almost from like this animated husk, with its kind of rudimentary ice body that's been formed out of the rest of it. You hear like the cracking of the ice as it's moving, as if the body of it's almost in some way alive. Like the living ice thing, where it seems like crack and reform as it moves. And then, like it kind of just like it looks a bit like a kind of what's the term? like an unhappy horse when you're trying to, like, wrangle one down and it's a bit agitated. It looks a bit like that with its behaviour, as if it's like trying to take in its surroundings. Very Rude Awakening vibes here. It's got like kind of like glowing blue eyes that are almost like leaking like vapour from its sockets. Yeah.
An unhappy horse.
Like an unhappy horse. Yep. You get what I mean.
The title right there.
A foal just being born.
Yeah. Or I mean more like, people trying to like, Wild West style, trying to corner a horse that's obviously had a bad day. Things like that. Vibes like that.
It's still no word from Menglod.
No, Menglod seems interested as they watch over what's happening below them in the riverbed. Or the frozen river, I should say, not the riverbed. Yeah. Anything you guys are doing? What about you, Eltris? Not heard from you yet.
I don't know. I think obviously, I don't know. I think I would just be kind of, because I'm kind of at the front still, aren't I? Because I kind of rolled the head over or gave the head over. So, trying to think what the positioning was like. But I think probably by this point, I'd have probably went back to stand next to everyone. And honestly, I think because it's the cane, Eltra's probably still just a bit shooketh at the moment, and probably try and not to. I was going to say gag. Does that sound too bad?
That's fine.
But
No, that's probably the right word.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think Elf is probably still being a bit of shock right now, and is just kind of watching on horrifically, trying not to spew up
Okay, yeah.
about everything.
Fair. Okay. Can I do a wee con save?
Me,
Why not?
okie dokie.
Okay, dokie.
Coming at you soon. There we go. Boom.
Yeah, I think you can safely not throw up if you want. It's fine by me. Yes. Yeah. I think this thing looks like it's very like upset. Uncomfortable, angry, scared. There's a lot you could say about this kind of very cornered vibed behaviour. This Thickean is the word I'm looking for here, like exhibiting, maybe, yeah. So after like a couple of moments, Menglod just kind of smirks to herself, looks down, and then again says something in giant, raises her hand, and then like just clenches her fist. Like kind of like that wisp of like kind of blue energy again, like rushes between her hand and the river kind of itself, and then big kind of like chains of ice, like fly up and like bind Thickean and like pull it to the ground quite harshly. You just hear like the kind of almost winded groan, as it like thumps against the solid ice of the river, and then Menglod looks up at the party, and then speaks some in giant. Svipdag turns and says, "You have been granted welcome in this camp, and you will be allowed to pass unhindered." And then that's all Svipdag says.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around to the others. With a sort of expression which might be read as "let's not test our luck here," but obviously others may differ in their view.
Yeah, I think Fleabite's just going to turn and start wandering away.
Svipdag is still. Am I still getting a sense of them being a bit weird?
Could roll again if you wanted.
I could, and I will. Insight. It's a marginally better roll.
Yeah, like we're not getting much more from the last time, sadly, but you can definitely tell there's maybe what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe she's slightly enamored with what just happened.
Okay.
Right? Maybe a little bit of awe. Yeah. But you're not getting much more than that. It's just
Right.
it's quite an obvious change in her like posturing and behaviour though, which is why.
Yeah, it just sort of maybe sort of informs slightly how Vanger will say his goodbyes, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has tried to be sort of respectful.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely off-putting to him. So I'll still, I suppose. Thank you for what would the term be? Guiding us? No, or
What do you mean?
chaperoning us through? Something like that.
I don't know, like escorting.
Yeah, I suppose escorting is just fine. Yeah, thank you for escorting us this far. Shall we see ourselves to the other side of the territory, or?
She looks at you, and then like that face that you were used to seeing on her, from like the journey from the camp and stuff. That's a little more stoic business face. Kind of returns, and she says, "You wish to be coddled to the border?"
Sure how to respond to that. I think maybe just maybe like slightly taken aback and just no, I'm merely asking what we're to do. If we're free to take our leave, then we'll do that, and we'll be out of your way just as soon as we can.
She kind of just like smirks a little bit at that, like very briefly, and says, "You have been granted welcome in this camp. You may wander as you please until you are no longer welcome."
And wonder we must.
She just kind of nods at everybody, and then she starts to walk away. Unless, of course, people are going to try and, tackle her or something. Who knows?
I mean, someone might.
Yeah.
This challenge is now dependent on my next question, and that is, I'll turn around to the guys and said, I really want to be away from here, but we could also do with resting. Should we just push on?
Remember, none of you actually got your long rest. Remember?
No, exactly. Exactly. That's in the back of my mind.
I would perhaps twice, however welcome we be, rest. But do feel need is approaching. Perhaps we can find a relatively out of the way spot not far from here.
What do others think? Hello?
I'm happy with.
Is that Tom? Or is that, like,
Yeah, that was
Archis?
Well, that was Tom and thingy. See, in my head I was thinking like I kind of want to question what exactly just kind of happened with the cane. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I'm scared to question it in case it causes too many problems and it starts something. So I was like, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of biting my tongue because I'm like, oh, I don't really want to, just in case.
Okay, so what do you think would go wrong by you asking questions?
They'd be offended at me questioning their ways.
Why don't you roll insight to see if what you want to ask them will offend them?
Oh, is that a thing? I
Sure.
can do that, yeah.
Yeah. Whether or not it's
Okay.
accurate is a different story, but from what you've witnessed, you can roll on that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, before I do that, basically what I wanted to ask was basically, obviously, what just happened and like if the cane as the stag actually felt pain during it, you know?
It sounded horrific. So,
Oh no.
so I don't know. You tell me how you feel about that. It's kind of all I got, really.
Yeah. Because I'm a little bit offended by it all.
That's fair. As I said,
Yeah.
you definitely should feel quite deeply shook by this, based on your kind of strange connection to the cane.
Yeah. I suppose then, like, is Zipdie still here?
I told you, like, she's walking away, but it's not like you can't, like, still get her attention.
Okay. Well, I'll shout out to her.
You don't need to shout. I'm kidding.
I wouldn't shout.
No, you can't. It's fine.
I'll
I'm
go
kidding.
and say, sorry, just before you go, sorry. What exactly was all that there? Like, what happened exactly?
She looks at you and says, "Is it my place to teach you what you do not know in this world?"
No, I suppose not.
Then good. Join me for a drink. And off she walks.
Okay, I kind of just look back at everyone to see if they want to get a drink with my girlfriend. With Zipdie.
Svipdag? What's happened with her name?
Zipdie.
Okay.
Have we been invited, or is it just you?
That's a good question. I would assume it's all of us. I would assume. So yeah, I'll just kind of look at you guys for like, will we go for a drink or are we leaving?
I mean, I think we can all had yet to decide that anyway.
How does Flavite feel? Besides the fact that he's ran half the way to the top of the mountain already, probably.
Yeah.
He's already gone.
Playboy doesn't like powerful women.
That's true.
I think Fleabite's just trying to get out away from that initial area, so it's probably still in visible range. Like, I just don't know if Fleabite would be able to rest here. That's not to say he would stay with the rest of them to, make sure they don't die. But
Sad to say he would either, though.
so, if going to get a drink is the direction that we're going, then follow on.
Yeah, so you just tell me what happened, folks, and I'll narrate onwards.
If it's anything out of character, like I don't mind either way. Like I don't actually like I'm not dying for this drink. Like if people want to leave and that's the consensus, that's absolutely fine. I just
So the thing is, as well, is,
Well-
guys, right? I'll give you a bit of like maybe things your characters might be a bit aware of. So You were tired when you set up to sleep. You then walked for like another 12 hours or something,
Yeah.
and covered a lot of distance with Svipdag leading you guys, like more than you should have covered. You're deep, so it seems, in the heart of Menglod's territory, which means you probably can't walk far enough with the energy you have left in you without, like, really pushing yourselves to clear her territory. So you're likely going to be in roughly the same level of, discomfort about the environment. Other than the fact that you could put at least some distance between this exact location. You could maybe get like another half day before you would start to have to roll against exhaustion, if that makes sense. I wouldn't mind you pushing that much. But that's roughly where you are. In terms of like what your characters would know about like resting and whatnot, and just the general area you've been in.
And the problem I've kind of got is we're going to leave here. We know the territory's snowy and everything else, so we're still not going to get a proper rest even after that. In my mind, it's either get as far away from here as possible or accept that we're safe and have a beer.
I think I think Vanger's answer is just, well, if you're intending to go off cavorting, I will set up camp.
About Altris Fleabite.
Yeah, I guess if Fleabite will follow on with Vanger then.
Fleabite just drops the accent all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm in.
Well, Fleabite's not there.
Okay.
It's not that he's speaking in a way.
Okay.
So I would probably make like a short trip just out of the direct line of sight of all this horror. Maybe put a few trees between me and the atrocities.
Yep, that's fair.
I'll call over to Vanger then as he's making camp, and I'll say, while you and Fleabite are there, I'll follow Eltris and make sure he's safe-ish.
Does Fleabite you sticking with Vanger, or where were you?
Yeah, Fleabite sticks with Vanger.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The
Keldra, I will say, a sound idea. Let's keep him out of trouble.
And watch own back, yes.
Of course. Try and keep the communication open.
Yeah, I'll just do another one because I'm pretty sure when I initially did it, it was just Vanger. So I'll just do a new one.
A fresh one. Well, feel free to, and then roll for how long it lasts. Way.
Cool. So we got 5
That,
rounds.
that was the same one as last time.
So,
if I'm setting up camp, do you want me to roll a survival or something?
please do, yeah.
It's a 20.
Excellent. Here is the question I'm going to ask you, Vanger, and read into it as much or as little as you wish. Are you setting a fire?
Ha!
My recommendation for Vanger is should probably be cause of cold, but
yeah,
just given what happened, that's up to you how you wish to
I
read
think
into
I
that.
should roll something to determine whether or not it would occur to Vanger that they probably would object to fire in general, or that's certainly what it sounds like.
Would you like it to be the history check from 12 hours ago about what she described about the fire saying extinguish this? Or do you want it to be an insight of what you've experienced thus far?
I mean, I could do with either, just whatever you think is appropriate.
I'm good. That's why I gave you the options there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think if we're drawing on the experience of Svipdag not being so keen in the fire, would makes sense considering.
You don't even need to roll, as far as I'm concerned. That's why I kind of
Yeah.
offered it to you. Yeah.
I think, yeah. In that case, because that had not really occurred to me, but that's a good point. I think what Vanguard will do is just sort of set up a tighter camp than usual. Maybe bring it in a little closer. Close up to a tree, nice and sheltered, everyone close together to maximize shared heat,
Yeah. Try and get it in like some kind of almost like hard to see space, like kind of slightly secluded. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, a good enough roll for it anyway.
Okay,
What
good.
what does Fleabag do
that's a
while
good
he
point.
watches
Forgotten her reaction to that.
when he watches Vanguard do all this?
Probably ask why there's no fire.
Well, there is a fire. Like Vanguard did set one, right? Or did you not? Is that? I thought you were saying.
No.
Right. Okay. No fire. Cool.
That's
For some
why I was
reason, my
bringing it
brain,
close enough.
my brain heard fire, but small fire, and bringing everyone close was what somehow I heard. It's okay.
No. Vanguard's idea is maximize shelter, minimize space between shelters, come in close to something else that will form a natural obstacle.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're mitigating like nature's goal at
Yeah.
cooling you guys down, but at the same time, yeah, it might just be a bit of an uncomfortable sleep, but it sounds like it's going to be that for you guys anyway. So
if it comes to it, I could turn into like an elk, and that'll increase my body heat.
I don't know if that's the greatest thing to turn into here, but that's true.
Maybe.
But no, you're completely right. You could just get a couple hours out of being an animal for a bit.
Yeah, like
and chill.
being an animal that's better adapted to cold.
It's why druids are great. It is genuinely why they're great.
So yeah, no, but I think without particular reason to do that, it's just gonna bring together the sort of tents and all that. The little fairly improvised tents.
Well, it matters,
and
but I'll just throw up a nicer like the image he's had
as
before.
far as the why no fire question, he'll sort of take a second away from fussing over something, maybe like a skin or something, and say, well, Svipdag didn't seem overly keen on fire, and if she isn't, I suspect her master might be similarly disinclined towards it, and I think we should do all we can to avoid provoking Menglod.
Sometimes of what is seen as provocation and of just survive can be mixed. At what point do line draw cross?
At the point where I think the cost of going along with it is greater than the cost of not.
I think Fleabite will sort of look around. Firstly, it's kind of cold. Like, is this really better? And then look back over to where the horror happened. And probably just say, lines hard to see in deep snow, yes.
Fleabite trying to be deep. I like it.
Well, I think we'll survive the night and we'll be better for the rest. So, perhaps once they're a little further along, we can think about fires, but directly in front of them. Don't know that I want to chance it if it's not absolutely necessary. We've done a lot to gain passage here. Hasn't it hasn't come easy. I don't think for any of us we made this decision. This decision for a reason.
Let us of hope that it will not have too great a weight on us.
Aye.
And will not pull us back of more danger in future.
What danger?
Polar bear cubs.
They're not even cubs, they're polar bears. The Cider, of course they're polar bears.
Good point.
Yep. Okay, yeah. Anything specific you want to do after like setting up camp and whatnot? Just to before we switch over to the others.
The others.
I'll take that as a note.
I don't think so.
What about?
Yeah, probably just trying to keep an extra eye out.
Anything in particular, or like just keeping watch essentially?
Yeah, keeping watch. I guess quite interested to see if there's any other zombie.
Well, you give me a roll. Give me a perception.
In this economy?
In this economy. Also, do you like my ice chains? I was quite proud of my ice chains. They looked pretty good. Especially given they didn't look like that initially. There's what they looked like initially, folks. Regular chains.
Really proud of you.
Oh, we fixed
Comes
it.
in regular and ice.
Okay, 16, yeah, it's not too bad, it's not too bad. You are seeing a lot now, like when you're specifically looking for them, you are seeing like a lot of like, maybe you didn't notice at first, but there's a lot of those like big ice zombie things wandering around here. Almost like you're staring into like the snow, and then you can see like, you know, through the drifts of snow, like maybe they'll just be like movements of them, and whatnot. So yeah. Definitely it seems like Svipdag took you like between them all to get you here. But you're not seeing any others that are like Svipdag. But again, you are sat at camp just looking around, as opposed to wandering through her like territory. It's also like kind of hard to make out any kind of civilization here. It isn't like a town or anything. And obviously the snow is heavy here, so it's not the easiest to see that far. There's obviously a lot of trees as well in the way, so yeah. But it doesn't seem like there's obviously pockets of camps. Obviously, you seem to be the only ones that would care for a fire.
Yeah, it just probably isn't necessary for them.
So yeah, it's kind of like, considering this was described as like, you know, the territory / camp, etc. It's odd, or like settlement or whatever the term was they used. Like, it's very odd that this doesn't feel that way. Kind of just feels like user. I guess just probably enemy territory. It probably feels like, right? Because these are still outsiders with roaming giants around you. But none are like coming near you guys specifically. I'm just wondering.
Nice.
Meanwhile, at the others. So, Keldrath, you run after Eltris, and you both follow Svipdag, do you?
That's the way I hear it.
Shocks for a fair wee bit. Does anybody bring up a conversation at all on the way, or do you just keep Keep quiet.
I think I'll kind of say to her, and just kind of be like, I think of things to say without getting in trouble. This, what your leader done with the head that we gave her, is this something that she does often?
Yes, evidently.
Yeah.
And like Svipdag says, do you regret your tribute?
I don't regret it, but he was a friend, and I just want to ensure that he's okay and not
Dead
in
as
any
shit.
not in any sort of pain.
And she stops walking at that point and looks at you and says, you say he was a friend, which implies you lost him, parted ways with him, if not physically, at least in here. And she just like taps your chest once.
Well, he's always a friend in here.
This was
but-
not a question.
Okay.
She says, why now do you reattach? So eager to lose again?
I just don't want to think he is in any further danger or harm. Is all.
Yeah, she looks at it like, a funny look on her face, and she just says, you sound sober. And she carries on walking.
Okay, I suppose with that, I'll kind of just follow her, but I'll maybe give Keldreth a look just in case, like, if there's anything you want to say as well. Just in case he wants.
She just
to have a
mouths the word
conversation.
help.
Like 3 times. But yeah, I'll just kind of follow. I'll follow on from that. Just kind of, as in like follow her physically, and just kind of leave it open.
Yeah. What about you, Kildrath? Anything on that scene?
I'm just enjoying his embarrassment again. There is. I'll say to Svipdag, you have heard us speak of our mission to the top of the hill. Our use of what we consider to be a friend, what Eltris had become attached, and it's kind of a shock to see what we were intrigued by being treated in this way. We have never seen this before, and it concerns us.
Your concerns are unnecessary. Englod can show you many things. Your eyes will be opened.
Which again brings us back to.
It's like that wasn't quite as reassuring as I wanted it to be.
No, that wasn't reassuring to me at all. But I'm going to make this kind of plain. Our mission is to the top of the hill, and we will not let much stand in our way.
She laughs at that. She goes, speak boldly for one so out of your depths. Or should maybe just say for one's out of your depths. But it's a good boast. You are not held. You are free. She carries on, like, She was walking this time. I assume you were walking and talking with her anyway. But yeah.
Freedom is a great thing, but there are still many questions, many mysteries, many intrigues. The war between the fire giants and Menglod. We know nothing. We don't know. We did not realize we were walking into the middle of a war.
It is good. Your tribute was accepted then.
Some may not see the raising of the dead as good.
She's got a smirk on the side of her face, clearly as if enjoying the conversation. And before she replies, that smirk sits on her face for a little bit, and then she says, "All will come to understand Menglod's wisdom in time."
But again, from our conversation and from what our friend Vangar told Menglod, there is a greater threat that you may be naive about.
They can come, and they shall fall, and we shall pick them back up.
That is not something I think we would want to be here to see.
Just laughs very briefly, just like more like a full stop as a laugh than anything. And the way she just kind of goes, "Ha!" As is your freedom to choose where you are. And like you start approaching, like both these approach it looks like kind of like a bunch of like supply kind of tents and like crates and things. Clearly there's a bit more of a bustle around here. Again though, like the only things that you may or may not have noticed when you've passed is like the big like ice giants around you. And she approaches like one of the kind of storage tents and goes inside, and there is like a kind of bench and stuff set up. This seems to be like where she sleeps. And then there like she fetches some mugs, puts them out. These are mostly, I say mugs, looks like it's probably horns, right? Things like that, like whatever, like could it be fashioned into some kind of drinking receptacle? Probably nothing as civilized as a mug, at least not on her size. And she gets that. She pours you some kind of a fairly pungent liquid, and she's each a cup, I say loosely.
Okay.
Well, it's something, right? Shanji is something that holds liquid. It's either like a horn or some kind of like
Hold out bone.
Yeah, like something,
The head of a stag. I suppose I'll kind of like maybe just sniff the contents of it first, and then I'll say to her, what exactly is this? Sorry, we're drinking.
Smells a bit like cinnamon.
I'm in.
It's like,
Yeah,
like what's that, cinnamon cider you say? Done.
I'll take a little sip of it just after I ask her. Like I'll ask her, but then take a little sip anyway.
Yeah. Probably burns a little. When you drink it, like, yeah, it's maybe a bit more like spicy than you were expecting. But you can, it warms you inside when you sip it. Yeah. And she doesn't say anything, she doesn't answer your question, she just looks at you because you sipped it quite quickly. And like, after you kind of like look at her, like, is there a reaction? Is it like a nice reaction you have to it? Is it a bad reaction you have to it? Because it's like a very, very spicy cinnamon drink that you're drinking. Kind of mead-like or Guinness-like in texture, maybe, somewhere between there. But like, that texture, but then heavily, cinnamon spiced.
Okay, I think probably like because it was like the kind of spice thing, like it'll probably kind of like because of the shock of it, he wasn't expecting it. You know what I mean? Like maybe like choke a little bit. It'd be like, oh sorry. They'd be like, yeah, that's great. That's lovely. Thanks. Yeah.
I think if you do that, and it's almost like you've taken your don't smoke, kids, your first draw of a cigarette, and you cough up.
Yeah.
She'll just laugh and just slap you on like the arm or something. Your stony arm.
She touched me.
And then she'll just laugh at that, as if now we're talking, and then she'll look to you, Gildrath. It's not to your liking.
If it was me personally, I'd be loving it, but the Kildrath would like it. I'm trying to figure out Kildrath's monkish standing where it comes to alcohol. If this is alcohol, then
it's like, was it a monastery or an abbot or like a winery or
Buckfast Abbey? Sorry, there are other abbeys out there.
Yep.
So I'll take a good swig of it, and I'll turn to her, and I'm kind of looking for a reaction in this, and I'm going to say, "Oh yes, that's enough to warm the blood."
She just laughs and she says, "I am pleased that Jews have joined me in this drink. It is rare that I entertain company. Tell me of this journey." And she like sits down and takes like a sip from her, I guess. She probably took the cool horn, right? So she sips out of the horn. And then she gestures to like the various furs and stuff around scattered.
I'm going to turn to Eltris, and I'll say, Eltris, you've been on this quest longer than me. I will let you take the lead.
Oh, and then I'll probably sit down, probably as close to her as I can get. And I'll take another wee swig and another wee choke. And I'll just say, we are.
I don't like how much of a verb it sounds like the way you said it. I don't like it.
Wait, what?
But please continue.
So I'll say, yeah, we're trying to climb the mountain to reach the top, to find the city of Barris. We started, I'll say I joined the group in a city called Evershade, just near the foot of the mountain. And I joined them their quest, and we met a good friend Keldrath here, maybe about halfway up in a monastery, and now I continue to top of the mountain to just find the city of Barris.
Simply to find it.
Can I call a player agency moment?
Yeah.
Just really quickly. Like, do we want people knowing about the dragon egg? Like, is this?
I've already told.
We told them.
Yeah.
Oh, have we told them already? Okay, right, cool. Okay. Player agency moment over. So I'll kind of say to her, we are trying to find the mountain, the city of Barris, so that we can locate the dragon egg that apparently is located in it.
Kind of nods. Yes. But why?
I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it.
Have you ever had an omelette or French toast?
We want the egg to feed the city.
I think I'll say to her, like, some people are looking for the dragon egg to be destroyed. Others are looking protected. Yeah.
Do you need me to say what her next question is? Or do you,
No,
do you know what it is?
I do know. I don't like that it's coming down to me because, like, obviously it's something that we've yet to talk about.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
almost
say
like I've given you like at least 14 opportunities in the to have a chat.
I think I'll say
Yeah,
to
so
her,
she'll say the question. I won't just leave it blank for those that didn't follow the narrative. But she'll say, and where do you stand in the matter of this egg? Do you wish it destroyed?
I'll kind of look at her and I'll say, Svipdag, have you ever imagined what it would be like to have a pet dragon?
She just laughs, I think. And she just laughs at that. And she says, would you think less of me if I said yes? Or would you be disappointed if I said no?
I think I'd be disappointed if you said no. I think it's something that, if we're being honest with each other, everyone's thought about sometime. So with that
What
in
if I
mind,
told you I already had a pet dragon?
and Elfris will kind of look around.
She swirls
with
like her
all-
horn of, spicy cinnamon Guinness and then just drinks it. As if letting you like mull that
no.
over.
Oh shit. Oh no. Okay. I'll say fuck.
Oh.
Keldras, do you want to rescue him?
Suggests.
Yeah, good.
Eltrath suggests, my friend, suggests.
She does
Eldrath
kind of
what,
just
sorry?
chuckle. She just chuckles herself at that. Keldras said to you, Eltris suggests.
Oh, okay.
And she laughed. To complete the scene. Yes.
Elfris will also laugh. Ha 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 ha. Very
Yeah.
nervously.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she
I
but
like the ha 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 ha, it sips and then just starts choking. Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
I know when they say
Um,
people put a lot of themselves in their characters, Tom. You know when people say that? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you put a fair wee chunk of yourself in Eltrist, and I love it. It's good.
I feel like it's just the easiest way to play him now.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it just is me.
Yeah.
Wait till you meet his sister, Blasted the Magnificent.
Yeah.
But yeah, to round off the conversation, I'll just kind of say to Ziptie, and I'll say,
For something.
with that all in mind, I personally would be looking to protect the dragon egg.
Here's me thinking you were looking to enslave this dragon.
Um,
You said pet,
yeah.
so you wish it
consensual-
domesticated.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what you... Is this why you carried the head of a forest guardian? The power you have clearly usurped? She gestures to like your form.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
I mean, this whole thing.
I'll say Thakian wasn't a pet or enslaved. I carried his head.
She gives you a look when you say that, right? There's like a funny look on her face when you say that to her.
What kind of funny look?
Can I roll insight?
Okie dokie. Character sheet.
Computer rebooted. Yep.
Insight. I do not know yet.
What do you think a funny look at that means?
I
Did it-
don't know, because
Because it was off the back of you saying wasn't your pet or enslaved.
yeah, I don't know, because she kind of like obviously like because in my eyes, she obviously knew that he was the forest guardian, but obviously the comment before that she kind of made was as if he was, you know.
I mean, you did tell her that in the meeting with Mengelod, right? Like, yeah, all this kind of came up,
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
say.
and she was translating for you guys, so she's not like she wasn't in the loop of all of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so you said you were carrying the head.
Yeah, and I'll say just because he felt like a dear friend.
Oh my god, in the bin with you. In the bin, Tom. That's maybe the worst pun we've had in context. Like, that might be it. Congrats, you've won.
You know, I didn't even realize I'd done it until just now.
Oh my
That's
god.
worse. You realise that's worse, right?
Whew. Yep.
I'm so sorry.
Do you
I'm
know
just
what?
going to keep drinking.
Yeah, folks, we're going to take a break on that. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. Right, so welcome back to the Invasion, part 2 of session 68. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 6th of October 2021. I don't care if we're late back from break, that's somebody else's fault. Here are the players.
Hi, I am Tom, otherwise known as Eltris, the dear friend, or the barbarian elf, who's also a dear friend. Thank you.
Take 10 damage every time you say it.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening all, I'm Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk, and at the moment I'm watching Eltris have one too many cinnamon ciders.
And hello, I am Colin, and I will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Yeah. Good, okay. So, back in the tent. Eltris, with your terrible puns.
Hello.
Mhm. Puns so terrible they sent us to break. So, yeah. I think Svipdag looks at you and says, well,
What was the question again? I'm trying to think now what happened before break.
well,
Um,
she said, what do you intend to do? Destroy it or, raise it or whatever her question was, or free it or whatever it was that the actual
mhm.
statement was, she said. And then you said, have you never wanted a pet dragon? She says, what mission? I think I don't have one. And then it
And
moved on
then-
to like Thicane, and enslavement, and he's a dear friend. There you go.
I also said that I would protect it before I moved on to the game. I did tell her that I intend on protecting it.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess she'll look to you then, Keldrath, in that moment, if she got her answer from Eltris, and say to you, and what of you?
Concerning the dragon egg, the dragons are a beast of free will and power that can devastate this land. I don't think I wish to see the dragon return, but the egg should be protected.
She gives you a curious look, and she says, you seem concerned about what could result from the dragon emerging from the egg, yet you wish to protect the egg itself?
It's nature. If the egg hatches, then the dragon will do what dragons do. Will it be my responsibility to then destroy the dragon, or our responsibility to destroy the dragon, or would we be relying on other people to take on that battle?
She looks you up and down and kind of chuckles when you're saying that, and she says, I am sure that we will see dragons doing what dragons do. You can definitely tell the implication here is because you're dragonborn. She's kind of flipping your statement on you, because you mentioned you might destroy it if you have to. Maybe there's a hint of teasing in there, maybe? Like maybe you're punching above your weight if you think you can just go like take on the dragon. Maybe there's tones of that, but maybe there's not. Maybe she's just like, yeah. Maybe she likes bold statements.
I'll just laugh at her and say, there are many people in this world. Some of our party have had occasion to meet some of them that have taken on dragons, whether by themselves or whether as a group. I believe.
She has an eyebrow raised when you say that, and she says, you know a dragon slayer.
I do not personally, but I believe our party have met one reputed to have eliminated most of the dragons from this world.
She kind of just looks like thoughtful at that, as if, like finishes her drink and leans over to wherever the thing is stored and gets herself more. And she gestures to the rest of you, like with her cup, as if you want more.
I'll hold my cup out.
She just laughs and gestures to like the barrel or whatever it is she's taking this from, as if it's there then.
Okay. Suppose in that case I'll get up and go and get it.
I'll wander over to the barrel as well, and I'll say, you have been asking us some questions. Do you mind if we ask about your story? Why are you amongst the living dead, shall we say?
And she just marks that and she goes, No warm up, straight to the important matters, I see. She kind of just chuckles a little bit to that and says, I am where I need to be. Do you not find comfort in the dead? Like, nothing she says is reassuring, by the way, ever.
Yeah, no, exactly. My own story, as part of these companions and the few years I've lived, the only dead I ever saw were friends and family destroyed by and I can't remember their name.
The Gith?
The Gith.
Yeah.
The Gith, which is the enemy we are trying to defeat. We travel this land seeking the dragon that we believe the Gith fear, but we still have, that is still mystery to us. We are only going on, I won't say hearsay because I wasn't there, others' beliefs.
Kind of nods and she goes, stories are all based in truth. She kind of tilts her cup. And she says, so these invaders, this Gith, she repeats your word, and then says, why are they here? We have not encountered them.
Trying to jog my memory now whether or not.
What? Feel free to ask the group the question you're rattling through your head. Like, feel free to voice it.
Yeah.
We know that they haven't got this far up the mountain. Well, no further than the monastery anyway. But I can't come up with any reason why not. Do you? Anybody else?
I mean, they'd probably have a hard time getting up there just like everyone else. Like, maybe they can sort of materialize in certain places, but we don't know that they necessarily, like, how targeted do we know they are about that sort of thing, right? Like, how precise? Probably there are magics that could interfere with it, a la the Evershade.
I mean, keep in mind as well, like Fleabite's knowledge obviously is slightly more expansive just because Alexander's been in the game since the start. But like, the invaders came in one kind of big go, scattered everywhere. So it wasn't like they all came through one big portal. Portals opened up wherever they could. So there is like a lot of logic to what Vanger's saying there. So wherever these portals could open is where they've been. Remember there was the kind of weird crater that you passed as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was like on the way to you to be fair, Keldrath. Like that looks like that's probably where they've came in at that area. So, and you've not seen them for a while. I mean, keep in mind you've travelled for days. So either they're keeping well out of sight or they're just not there. But it might also just mean, like you said, like maybe they couldn't pass the stone. Right?
Yeah, that's the tact I was going to say.
Yeah, but it also means, like, who's to say further up there isn't another incursion site? You know?
Yeah, okay, so that'll be more or less my response. They arrived in this world, or so I'm told, through portals. Again, there was a crater close to the monastery where I was brought up, where I met the party, and they from there pushed on and destroyed the monastery while I was absent, while I was returning to my own people. I then returned to find the monastery completely destroyed.
You seek revenge?
Yes, but balanced. We have met them in combat and defeated them. Defeated 4 or 5 of them in combat. One escaped us. And since that battle, we haven't seen them. Whether they've followed us, whether one of the other guardians at the base of the mountain has prevented their progress. I cannot answer why they haven't arrived here. For as little as I know, they may be ahead of us. They may already be in the city of Barris. I cannot tell you why they have not arrived here or why their portals have not landed here.
Then simply, I would say, enjoy your time here, knowing that they are out with. Like lift her, horn up again. Takes a big sip of it.
I will hold my glass up and I will say, but even here, we find, as we said earlier, more war, more trouble, unrelated, but still, we are always in harm's way, whether we bring it with us or we meet it on our journey.
Sure. There's trouble is an interesting word to use.
Trouble can have many meanings.
She nods then, she says, you have a goal in mind for your journey up this mountain. It is also a salvation of sorts. A salvation of the self wrapped in a salvation of the world, I think. She takes another big sip.
I will stir my mug or whatever it may be, and I'll consider those words. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll consider those words.
You can definitely see a way more I wouldn't say human, but relaxed or poetic warrior vibe from her now, rather than stoic messenger that you got before. Might just be that she's clearly a lot more comfortable here. Yeah. It's an oddity, her behaviour. But yeah. And she looks to Eltris and says, what of you? Do you seek salvation at the peak? Or simply the journey?
Um, that is a great question, Svipdag.
She stares blankly at you.
Mhm.
As Elfie stares blankly back. I suppose more salvation on the journey rather than um, getting to the journey's bringing me more. Yeah.
Kind of just nods once and says, "You are both free to return to wherever you choose to set up camp, and you may take some of this fine drink with you for your companions. You will need it to warm you through the evening."
Thank you. I'm sure we both appreciate that. I certainly do. Yeah, thank you. And Elfris give a little nod.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gonna start making his way outside.
Yeah. And then maybe like the cold buffets you again, and you're like, "Oh yeah, indoors were great." Mm-hmm. You know. What about yourself, Keldrath?
I am still intrigued.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She still hasn't told us anything about herself.
Not a single thing.
Yeah.
No.
Not a damn thing. And I think I will make a point of saying that to her. You have been very coy,
Svipdag.
Svipdag. You have protected yourself well by telling us very little of your own world, and again how you come to be.
She has a massive smirk when you're talking to her, right? Like she knows, but she likes that you've noticed that you got nothing. And she got a big smirk on her face and goes, "Good footwork is important to remain a healthy warrior."
Good footwork in the dance, yes.
She laughs and she says, "Are you offering?"
That, my friend, would depend. I am not here to die, and I think to dance with you would be a challenge.
She laughs and she says, "So afraid of death, are you?"
We discussed my salvation. My salvation is at the top of the mountain. Salvation here, there is none.
Perhaps
The
you
challenge.
can find salvation in the next life. It's a bit like she's like a door-to-door religion salesman, isn't it? You know, do you want to become undead? Do you want to become undead?
I would have to reply, in the next life. I do not understand the world of, I won't say necromancy, of the undead. I will just say I don't understand the undead. Do they continue to have knowledge of their past lives, or are they just mindless? I will not be a mindless beast.
Kind of looks at you up and down and says, "You are and will be what you are." And kind of like just tilt her, you know, horn up again. Like smug look on her face, right? But doesn't say anything else to that. Just in a kind of, you know, Very like slouched back in her chair type thing, you know, very comfy with herself, self-assured vibes. Said big smug grin.
Could I roll to find if I'm getting drunk?
I mean, you could do
I don't know
a
what I do.
you can do a con save if you want to see how badly it affects you. If you want, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
so if I just
Roll for 2 if drunk. Yes.
roll Constitution, yeah.
Con save, yeah. The saves are above your skills.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, I mean, a 14's not bad, but, you know, if this is strong alcohol, depends. What do you think your tolerance is? Because if you have a low tolerance to alcohol, or like 0 tolerance to alcohol, I think a 15 would have been the pass mark there. But if you do have like a reasonable tolerance, that, you know, the pass mark was probably 10. So
I will go with the 15, and what I'll do then is I'm getting slightly tipsy now.
yeah.
And I will turn round and I will slam my mug down on the table.
Okay.
And I will say, the challenge. First one of us to stun the other, rather than death. Would you accept these terms?
And she looks at like where you've slammed the kind of the cup or mug down, and she looks like follows like your arm up to like you, and she says, "No, first to lose consciousness, and you have a challenge."
Okay, out of the game, what does that mean?
Well, stunning is a status effect, so
Yeah.
she wouldn't say that, but she's basically saying first to get knocked out.
I've got to accept that.
Yeah,
I will accept. But can
I
I
like-
please sober up?
I like
when
what
we
you
challenge?
said. I like what you said. There was, can I roll for my judgment to be impaired enough to challenge her to a fight, and then roll to be sober enough to do the fight with no penalties?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I feel like you should fight better with slightly tipsy.
Well, when again away from the game, myself and Ryan, I was actually talking. Have any of you watched Naruto? No.
I mean, some of us may have.
I have not, sadly. We discussed.
Yeah, there's a character in that basically is a drunken monk, and the more alcohol he drinks, the better he fights. And that's the way I've seen this character going, but it's kind of difficult to do that. So, okay, yeah, back in the game.
Yep. So, yeah, she kind of just grins at that and says, she looks at you up and down after that, and she goes, "If you accept, then do not tarry. Feel free to fetch your companions if they wish to see you defeated, and to see what they missed out on."
Eltrus, can you go and bring our friends over, please? I accept your challenge. The challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just before I leave, though, obviously she was talking about taking some of that drink back to the camp.
Yeah, there's like
Am I
barrels of this stuff. Like she'll just
am I allowed
hand
to
you like
take
a
some
like
of the barrels just now, yeah.
I think she'll just hand you like a half barrel. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'll go and get everyone and kind of.
We've got a show.
Sort of player agency. Keldrath is still linked to Fleabite. You could just like think it.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
That's a good
If
point,
it's
yeah.
more dramatic and fun to make Eltrus do the walk, I'm totally on board with that.
No, I think it would be more dramatic to do that, to see him flying across the me try to send a drunken message through this link to.
I like the
to
idea
Fleabite.
that you're talking to Flame. You're like, "Am I tipsy? What?" Just the overlap. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm trying to find like an image of a small barrel, but apparently those are quite hard to find. Small barrel.
Grog barrel.
Yeah. Like, here we go. Here is someone standing next to some barrels that are questionably made. So like, that's the type of things that obviously she's been drinking out of. So you get handed one of those,
Wow, she's
Eltrus.
thinking out of a
All right.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean,
Sorry.
we don't know the skull that Kildrath's probably been drinking out of.
Okay.
I guess I'm just deciding it's a skull now because that's kind of cool.
If you see, that's like the on the bottom. That's a standard barrel, and so this one on top is much smaller. So that's sort of
Yeah, something like that. Only no tap,
Okay.
mostly just broken wood. Yeah. So yeah, Eltris, you get a barrel. You're sent away, I guess.
Yeah, I walked into the camp and did I get to take my cup with me?
Did you leave it?
I want to say no.
Then you have the cup.
Okay, and I'll just continue drinking on my walk back down to camp.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Nice and cozy. Roll survival very, very quickly for me.
Does he make it all the way with a barrel?
How did I get here? He's at a casino.
Survival.
Yeah, you make it back to camp.
Yeah.
It's just because it is snowy and you don't know your way around here, and you kind of did wander off before they wandered off to make camp. So I think
Yeah,
it made
that's a very good
sense.
point, yeah.
And you have been drinking. Yeah, all good things. Yeah. So you get back to camp. There's no need not to have that just happen, right? I guess Fleabite, you spot Eltris, the barrel.
I suppose I'll kind of just walk into the camp and I say, Svipdag gave us a barrel that's only a quarter full. Don't know how that happened, and I'll place it down. And then I'll say also, so Kildrath is playing some game with her, and he wants us all to go watch the game. And I'll kind of point back up. To
God,
the
that sounds like the
direction
dodgiest thing ever to me as well. It's like, man, maybe we don't want to go watch that game.
I'm trying to play drunk here.
It's good. I like it. Fanger? Fleabite?
Also, I'm method acting. No, I'm joking. I'm not though.
yeah. I was thinking like, can we tell if he's like lying? But I don't think Svipdag cares.
I missed. I don't think I caught. You said something as Eltris there. Sorry, I didn't.
Did you just like fade out, Colin?
I genuinely didn't.
Okay, stick with us, Colin. Ever you were reading, close the browser. Stick with us. Yeah, Eltris, do you want to just summarize what you said to him?
Yeah, I explained that Svipdag gave us a quarter full barrel of some alcohol, and I said that Kildrath was going to play some game with her because I'm trying to play the drunken role now, and I've totally forgot that they're fighting. I thought they're just going to have a little game themselves,
Oh,
and it wants us
right.
all to go watch.
So you've been given a barrel of booze by like Svipdag, but he's probably drank a bunch
to
of it.
insight that? I don't know. It definitely seems a bit drunk, but I don't know if I really query that. Can I insight that?
Depends. What's the outcome you're looking for? Because if it's to
I
see if
don't
he's
know.
drunk
It
or
just
not, I
seems
feel like if
he's
he's drank,
talking a load of crap.
if he's drank a barrel, I feel like
Game
it's
fight.
yeah, it's not that difficult to notice probably, or at least smell.
No, it's not that. It's more like what he's talking about with
Game
with,
fight,
Kildrath.
game fight, game fight, game fight. What's the same thing?
Yeah, but I don't think he's not actively trying to mislead or anything. He is just tipsy, is what Tom's trying to say.
I'm
Okay.
assuming Kildrath to go watch him
Okay.
in his wrestling match.
I'm okay. I'm a little confused by that because I thought previously, like, rulings regarding sort of bluff had been kind of different in some contexts, whereby, like, because it was not bluff, or whatever it is, deception in this. Because he does know it's a fight.
Technically, he doesn't. He was outside the tent when they had that conversation, and he walked back in.
Okay, he doesn't.
Right. So.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he's not actively trying to mislead you.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to make this awkward. I feel really bad now. I was just trying to play
No, it's
drunk
alright.
girl.
It's not necessarily
I think
awkward.
either way,
It's a little-
is Vanger going to go and watch?
I don't think he is. No, I think he'll tend camp.
Fleabite?
Fleabite will quickly think to Keldrath. You of need assistance being in danger.
I will think back to him. Myself and Fight may need carried home.
I think Fleabite will say to Vanger, be of watch, may need assistance.
Certainly, if you do get into any bother, I suppose you can just. He sort of points to his head.
Also, I love if you can hiccup telepathically, just because Fleabite sort of sees telepathically before as well. So
if you've ever watched the Monday game with their telepathic chat, there is a lot of stuff you can do telepathically. It seems like
Well,
hearing
it makes
head
sense
nods.
to me because you're not actually speaking telepathically, because speech is a function of like organs that your brain doesn't directly have. It's a function.
Yeah, but people
of-
use speaking in place of communicating, right?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
but what does communicating mean, right? That's the thing. Like, it's like a.
This seems
There's like
off
a
topic
weird-
and unnecessary.
Okay.
Is all I'm saying.
So Fleabite will say to did Eltrus put down the barrel?
Yeah.
Okay, then Fleabite will gesture to lead on.
Mm. Keep in mind, camp is far enough away that it required a survival check for him to like navigate his way to it the first time, so it isn't just a small jog or anything between wherever Svipdag's tent is.
It is less than a mile.
Yeah. It has to be, does it not? Yeah, so you just head that way, and Vanger, you're staying at camp, yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Cool. I'll just move Fleabite over in that pile of people to somehow represent distance. Yep. In that case, is there anything you're doing to prep, I guess, while you're waiting on like Eltrus to get there and back?
Myself?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna even though I'm heading to battle, it's still a battle with a lady. So I'm gonna open her tent flap and let her leave first.
Oh, like as soon as Eltrus had left, she would 100% like, expected you to have been following her. So
Yes,
yeah, like
exactly.
yep.
Exactly. Now, I'm going to make a point of dropping my quarterstaff, making sure that she sees I am totally unarmed.
Okay.
And then taking a stance. A drunken stance, but a stance all the same. I'm going to stop saying that because you're going to mark me down for being drunk.
That's okay.
I wish I had one of my cookies.
You're like, just give me an hour, okay? So it would actually be 8 hours, right? It's a long rest one, the cookies.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting that.
Yeah.
Now, one day that will sink in, and it'll be fine.
That's
Yeah.
got to let me sober up.
I have been going through the effect or the conditions just to see is there something that sort of is meant to
Poisoned. No.
Yeah, that's
It's the closest fit, realistically, but no. It's an absolutely horrendous condition.
Or like charmed.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you are led to a fairly large rock, right? Everybody, because obviously I'm assuming that Eltris and Fleabite are here now, are led to a large rock. It's like a kind of flat-topped rock, and yeah, like you take up position on it. She, like, when she notices you obviously taking like your position and whatnot, she does say that you perhaps may wish your staff yet. And she like pulls out like her kind of like daggers from her back and then flips them so that you can tell she's going to be fighting with them slightly like, you know, blunted. But mechanically speaking, she's still going to use her daggers.
Yeah, I'll wave that off. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yep. She was happy for you to still use your staff. I just wanted to make sure, like, you as a player were fully aware you were still allowed to use it if you wanted. Yep. She'll, like, you know, flip them like once each and kind of catch them like with a bit of purpose to it. And yeah, then we'll go here, shall we?
Dun, dun, dun.
It's me of like, this is definitely like the rock type gym from Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm also working on the assumption that seeing us fighting here, the undead are not going to take a stand on this.
I mean, they don't seem to be bugging you guys so far. But you will need to roll initiative.
Roll initiative.
Remember, you need to highlight your token as well.
I like my token.
I'm quite excited for this.
Yeah, right.
Both
I'm
me
drunk.
and Eltris.
Initiative.
Fleabite, do you want a moment to make a bet with Eltris? Or.
I would like him to hit me with his mage armor class, please.
Sadly, I think.
Yeah, though.
I think actually just sadly he can't do that. I don't think he can you?
No, it only works on Fleabite.
Well, that's at least what Fleabite will tell people.
Also, I don't think it would do less than what you already have. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Fleabite definitely would be watching Svipdag try and size her up, so to speak, to see how she fights, see if there's anything that can be learned from
Yeah.
what he sees. We'll probably turn to Eltris and I don't know who to bet on.
Why don't you roll to see who you're going to bet on? Why not gamble with who you're gambling on? Double down. Or triple up.
We'll know after the first hit. If I can't hit her.
Well, I'm trying not to metagame in that she may have been intended as an adversary for the four of us.
This is why I'm asking you to place your bet now if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
I want to bet on her then. No, I'm sure.
Well, I think I think Fleabite will say to Elgis, you'll think win for Eltris or for Dragon thing.
Yeah, possibly.
But
it's not that I don't have faith in you, but
what of bet wager of horn goblet?
I don't know if you'd call her that, because I think you ever saw her with that.
Oh, sorry, I thought Eltris still had his.
Sure, yeah. Like.
Oh, wait, so are you wanting to take, if you win the bet, then you get the goblet?
Mhm.
Okay. I suppose Elvis would say, and what if I win?
We'll pull out a mug that Fleabite has been engraving for a while.
Okay. Elvis will put out his hand for a shake, and he'll say, "You've got yourself a deal."
Just so we're clear, I'm betting that Keldrath will win.
Okay.
Then we'll.
So you're betting
like-
against Kildrath? Ultras.
Who,
So
me?
you're betting on her then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like not by choice. Chris, I quite understand this. Like, Alexander went first, okay? So
Chris does not
you gotta
exist
do-
here.
Yeah.
Chris doesn't care.
Well,
I
you
don't
already
know.
played Keldreth, okay? So that's the only reason I'm betting against you.
Okay, that's okay. We know your true colours now, Guardian. um,
They're green.
if that's the case, then that's your bet. It's done. And Keldrath, you're first.
Keldrath first. She was going first.
Mm.
Right, so obviously I'm just going to move in straight in for attack. So, is this smaller squares? I see smaller squares and larger squares on my map. So in the middle, there's only larger squares.
Do you want me to adjust the grid to be, for example, if I did this? Oh, that's the wrong button I want to change. Let me just fix that. I'll adjust the grid to be slightly more. Is this horrendous? Is that easier to see?
That's easier. For me.
Yeah.
Is that easier for you, Chris, or is that not easier? Can I make it even more vibrant? Is that better?
That's better. That's
Okay.
better. Yes, that's much
Okay.
better. Right. So are we still saying 5 feet per square?
It's a very good question. Do you want to roll perception first? Yeah. Or do you want to just see what happens?
Why can I never find these things when
It's
I'm
because
looking
you're drunk.
Yes. On Iron Brew. I still can't see it. What the hell is it?
Like, I really struggled to
It's my
distinguish-
favourite thing because a lot of people don't find perception easy to find, and that
Perception. Got it.
Tickles
got it,
me.
got it.
Just because it's next to performance and persuasion. It's like, which one? Which one?
because mostly it's used to see things. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that this is some of this ground's going to be difficult terrain. By the way, that means
Oh,
double
right.
movement cost. Yeah.
So we are actually seeing. I'm hiding behind some rocks at the present time. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying the ground you're standing on is a mix of snow and ice.
Ah, right. Okay.
So, see, like these squares here, not an issue, right? Makes sense. Again, the kind of
Yeah, okay.
50% rule, if it's like, for example, like this square here, there's more than 50% of it covered, so that would be difficult terrain. This one, I'd let you away with it because it seems just less than 50% covered. So yeah, if it's like 50% or otherwise, it's difficult terrain, which is just double movement.
Well, my own thoughts are then she's flashing these daggers about. I'm going to assume that they're going to be throwing daggers, so I really want to close the space as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So I want to go basically. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Yep, that's the measurement one.
Up the corner. This one isn't it? I basically want to go there. Straight at her.
What's
Nice
your
thing
speed?
around. My speed is 45.
Okay, so that in theory should be enough. So that would be, let's just say 5. I wouldn't start you off with a penalty because I put you there in that specific square. So I wouldn't cost you 5 to get off of that one. So that'd be 5 to there, 10, 15. 15, 20, 25. I suppose if you go that way, it's 30, 35.
Yeah, anywhere so that
I'm just making,
contact.
yeah, it's just to let you know, like, the way you'd be counting up your
Mhm.
speeds for the double movement thing. But yeah, so I think you can get, like, you can at least get to there and probably there, I think. So either one of those two.
Mhm.
Probably there too. So like, any of those you can get to comfortably.
I'm going to try and go to one that's got a bit more solid ground on it, so even just a touch bit more. So I'm just going to jump
That
into
one,
there.
yeah, cool.
Select, move,
I
and
think that does pretty much use up all your movement to get there.
Yeah.
So that's your 45 at least. But that's you there, yep.
okay.
Not bad for a drunk dragonborn running across ice and snow though.
Definitely not.
Not bad at all.
So I can move and attack. So
Mhm.
I'm going to use my unarmed attack.
Sure
There'll
thing.
be no advantages on here at the present time or anything like that. So
Not a bad opening. Not a bad opening at all. That does hit.
definitely not.
You'd be glad to know that hits.
That's a high hit. I'd rather know I just hit, so I know what I'm actually rolling for. Right. So if that's a hit, I'm gonna. I'm gonna use one of my key points straight away, and I'm gonna go with Stunning Strike.
Okay, do you do your damage from the hit as well?
Oh.
Yep.
Damage is that one, isn't it?
Nope. So go back up
Nope.
to your 22 and then see where it says Monk Unarmed Strike. If you click on the
sorry,
text, that's
yes,
okay.
yes, yes.
Don't worry about it.
That one.
And you want to do a stunning off the back of that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So stunning. What was the DC I need to worry about? The difficulty.
14.
That sounds right to me. 14. 2 seconds. Okay. I am 2 wee seconds. I just need to quickly see if I can get a clarification. See if I can find an answer for this very quickly. Perfect. Good. Jeremy Crawford actually gave an answer that was concise and easy to understand there. I needed to know whether or not he and Stunning Strike was technically a magical like ability. So yeah. And his exact answer is neither the key feature nor the Stunning Strike feature is defined as magical for game purposes. That is the most concise answer he has ever given, ever. I'll even like that.
His fists would be considered a magic weapon.
Yeah, but the feature itself isn't. The delivery method doesn't really matter. It's what's being delivered that mattered. So that's fine. But I'm aware his fists are magical. That's good. Cool. Now it was important. Let's see where we are here. So is it con? I'm not rolling. I think it is con, isn't it? Con saving throw. And do I have a saving throw? I do not. We're bam. Whoa!
So you're not stunned.
No.
That's
Show me what you got.
Alright.
So maybe the scene of you like leaning in and like swinging your fist in, like with the the key strike that should hit the certain spot on the body that would normally stun somebody else, and she just looks down and smirks at you because we're getting some nice close-up camera work here.
So again, then I'm going to use.
So you've got extra attack. Remember, you've got key points, and you can go into things like flurry of blows and whatnot as well. So remember, you've got your whole like monk suite of options.
Okay, yeah, so let's get this straight. I've hit with my first attack.
Yep. So at this point, you need to
So
decide if you're
major-
going to do flurry or not, because flurry has to happen after the first attack.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, flurry of blows it is.
Okay.
So I'll fire that in there.
Okay, so that's another key point, obviously.
So that's
And this is also your bonus action that's getting used to do this.
okay. So that's another make 2 unarmed strikes.
Yep.
So first one.
That hits. You can do damage. Not bad.
And my second one.
That hits. Not bad again. Rightio. Now your extra attack would come in.
Yes.
Monks are disgusting. Can you see why you don't need a greatsword? Silvered or otherwise. Okay, and then we'll...
Beginning at 5th level, you can attack twice instead of once. So there's my extra attack. Yeah.
Yep, I think you know the answer. Not bad, not bad, not bad. It's an opening volley, that's pretty disgusting. Just so you know.
And if she just stands there and laughs at me, I'm just going to out now.
No, like, keep in mind, like, you are, like, technically, like, considered to be, like, you occupy those spaces, you're considered in motion and stuff, like, you're considered, like, attacking, defending, blocking, dodging. So yeah, like, there is a lot going on. It's just, sadly, obviously, visually 2 tokens next to each other on a map. But in the fiction, it's very dramatic and, you know, intense, but you are, like, landing a lot of these hits on her. So, yeah. Anything else, Alexander?
Any advice would be helpful, yeah.
So, if you're remembering your, because you've done Flurry of Blows, you get an extra 10 feet of movement, and you count as having disengaged.
Also, you definitely said Flurry of Bros, and that's a way better
Yeah, I
name
heard
for
that
it.
as well, yeah.
Works as well, yep.
Yep.
So
That's because he's Clan-ish and therefore Asian themed.
yes. If you obviously this is difficult terrain, but so that 10 feet would still allow you to take 1 step back, and she wouldn't be able to attack you for moving out of range if that is her range.
My concern with that is that, again, I'm assuming it's throwing knife she's got, so I don't know whether that would be any good or whether she just stand there and take her attack.
Maybe. Yeah, obviously I don't know what she's got, but
Exactly, we don't know. We don't know that yet. So,
but sort of as in general as a knife.
Sorry, my volume's just gone right now.
Yep, keep talking while we hopefully adjust his volume back to where it should be.
I've got no idea how that just happened.
Eh.
Am I leaning against the button? I might be leaning against the button. That might be it.
There we go. So, anything that you want to suggest to him then, Fleabite?
I think mechanically it probably won't make much difference. Like if she has something super special throwing knifey, it's possible. But if you're only 5 feet away, I don't think it'll make too much difference.
No, exactly. That's
so you probably don't need to use it, especially since you're only gaining 1 square. But it's just something good to remember that you do get that bonus 10 feet.
And the drunken technique. Strangely enough.
That's good. So is that your turn done?
Just let me read on this.
Yeah, no worries.
For throwing knives, that still counts as like a ranged weapon. So if you're 5 feet away, then they don't, like if there's 1 square between you, then there isn't the ranged penalty. Is that correct, right?
Correct. Unless she had like 10 feet long arms.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand here and take Whatever she can throw at me.
Okay, yeah.
I am looking up my defensive ones though.
That's fine. So you're happy to end your turn.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to say as well before he ends his turn, for every hit that he got there, Drunken Eltrus gave a drunken cheer.
Even though you've bet against him, yeah.
Yeah, even though he's bet against him, he's gave a drunken cheer for every single one.
So you're trying to psych out Fleabite? Is that what you're doing? Like.
No, my plan is just to cheer for the both of them
Right.
equally, to be honest.
Okay.
So just get out there quickly.
Okay.
And Fleabite is taking very careful, trying to see how she's taking these hits.
Okay. Can I roll investigate? Okay. Yeah. I want you to log round 1. Is this then right? If you wish, Fleabite, I can give you some insight later, maybe.
Would you consider that 18 a success?
I would consider that you have gleaned 18 worth of info from how she was hit, is what I would say. But until you've seen the fight play out, because she hasn't done it.
You can definitely determine she was hit.
Yeah.
32 points.
Why do you want to add more to it? Is that why, Fleabite?
I was considering it, but
it's not really something that had like a. This is more of a gauge of success, not a like. Yeah, because you might just realize you can't tell anything from her. She isn't a failure, but you might consider it a failure in what you wanted as a player. It's a tricky one. Don't worry, I'd let you know if your success fail thing comes up.
Would I? I think I'm interested in seeing how she takes it. I'm probably more interested in seeing how she deals hits.
Okay.
Would that be something I would do again, or would it just be for them both?
I'll leave this for round 1, as I said.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Feel free to write round 1 underneath it.
Yeah, I did write it in my notes, but I'll just put it in the chat.
Yeah. So that way it's a bit easier to track. Excuse me. Okay. So now, can I make it her turn? Or is we just going to try and run out the clock by talking at the end of... You just good? Yeah? Good.
Please keep talking.
Yep. Okay. It's now her turn. Okay. I need you to make a DC 17 charisma saving throw. Caldrath.
Charisma?
Yeah.
I really need to look up these sheets more.
Okay, so above your skills, that block in there, the charisma one, charisma save.
Okay, yeah, bugger. Do I have to?
I mean, no, you don't
Many
know.
of the best people are unable to find a save. It's all right.
Okay, so I'll paste in the ability, shall I?
So that is a weird ability.
Yeah.
Because it's so close to being something that I think Keldra should be able to deal with.
Yes.
I feel like it's not quite. It's close, but...
Yep. But can you maybe see why? Can you see why she was maybe as confident as she was? Are we starting to see that, considering that's a fucking 30-foot AoE blind move she's got? And while I could imagine some people also, where the hell? This is a tricky one. Is the blind condition just hiding from me?
It's the first one in the condition block.
I mean, the first one in the condition block is surprised.
Oh, sorry, meaning the...
Yeah, I'm talking about like tagging Keldrath's.
Yeah, right. I see.
Yeah. There we go. That's ironic that I couldn't see that. I'm also then going to have to, for now, keep in mind now, Keldrath, You can't see. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have to just describe, I guess, what happens for the others insofar as that, or maybe I'll just move her to the GM layer since you no longer know where she is. Yeah. Okay. I will then.
Question? Sorry.
On you go, yeah.
Would it be not entirely possible for like being Fleabite to shout to your left and things like that? No.
You want to make like those comments?
No, I don't want to get involved. No, never mind.
Can I share this, please?
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. It's close, but I don't think it does.
Yeah, because you're not charmed or frightened. You're blind.
But you use charisma roll.
Yeah. That's not a charm effect. It's not a charm or charisma, as Tom would put it. Yeah. It's an interesting saving throw because it is charisma that you need to use to do it. But yeah, that's how it goes. Because it would state you'd be charmed. That is an effect.
Yeah, okay. No arguments.
It's just for clarity.
I do feel it's the sort of thing that should be included in that, but as it's written, it definitely isn't.
Well, I mean, it's not that complex. Like, again, from a reader's written simple, again, keep in mind people are adding complexity. Like, charmed and frightened are things that are very distinctly things. But yep, don't worry, if I knew things would come up, the same as if I'd attacked an elf, they get advantage on stuff like that as well. Like, I would have been fully aware of that, because it's hard to charm an elf.
Hello.
Hello.
It's hard for them to charm as well. Or is that just Eltrus?
I mean, he's done alright. I
think I've done very well today.
Anyway, then, yeah. These will be with advantage, then. So, first attack. Your AC is 17, is that right? Or
It is indeed, yes.
Yep. It's 13 damage. And then attack number 2. 13 again. And okay. That is her turn done.
Just gives out a drunken.
Yeah, so what everybody sees is she obviously swings in with like 2 of Rice daggers and then, does what she does.
So we can still see her.
Of course, yes. But I'm not showing the token for obvious reasons.
But if Fleabite was to telepathically say,
Okay.
Could he give it Keldrath an indication of which way to strike?
Probably an indication, yeah. But I'd say that you could maybe only really give him something like, I don't think you could give him grid references. Does that make sense?
Yes, blinded is a weird condition.
Oh, it's absolutely, in terms of game management terms, it's terrible to actually manage. But regardless of that, Fleabite isn't aware there's a grid. Let's face it. That is the meta part of the game. And, I'm not going to make you start rolling fucking trig to try and work out how to direct him. I don't mind you giving him, like a some kind of indication. North, south, east, west, etc. Makes sense?
Mhm.
But
Beside you, in front of you, behind you, left, right, basics.
yeah.
Is my house still in play?
I think your owl is on you in the tattoo at the moment, just so you know.
Yeah.
Mhm. But I mean,
Oh.
interesting if you used that, I suppose.
Yeah, but it would take me an hour anyway to draw this, and by that time,
No,
I'm
it
gonna
only takes you an hour if you're changing it. Remember, or if it dies. It lives in the tattoo until summoned, or until the spell needs to recast.
Okay, then, so I could use as an action to draw that owl back out onto my shoulder.
Put the text in the chat. Well, I don't even know if it is a full action. It might be, but it might not be. Excuse
We've
me.
never really done it as an action. It's usually just after a rest, isn't it?
No, there is mechanics to it. It'll make sense if you pop it in chat, and I'll go through it with you. Because there's two elements to this. There's two stages, and I think you're merging the stages, and you shouldn't. But I'll explain what I mean. Because making it happen so you have access to it, versus having it up and running. Nope, it's the spell itself. It should be in your spells tab. Should be the only thing in there.
Spells.
Yep, here we go. So.
Oh, lots of reading.
Yep.
Okay.
So, it's casting time 1 hour to make it happen, and then it says you gain the service of the thing, right? And we've decided, obviously, this particular case it was an owl. Your familiar acts independently of you, obeys commands, blah blah blah. Familiar can't attack, but can take other actions as normal. When it drops to 0, it disappears, leaving behind no physical form. It reappears after you cast the spell again. But while your familiar is within 100 feet of you, you can communicate telepathically. Additionally, as an action, you can see through its familiar's, your familiar's eyes, and hear what it says. During this time, you're deaf, blind, and regard. Well, you're already blind, says Mara. As an action, you can temporarily dismiss. There you go. As an action, you can temporarily dismiss your familiar. It disappears into a pocket dimension, which is your tattoo scenery, where it awaits your summons. Alternatively, you can dismiss it forever. As an action, while it is temporarily dismissed, you can cause it to reappear in unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. You can't have more than one familiar at a time. So that's like the two different stages. Making it appear in the first place and then storing it is, your hour. But I assume it's on you since nothing's killed it yet, which means it's in the tattoo, so it would take you an action to get it out, and then it would take you another action, which you don't have two of at the moment, but it would take you another action to then start seeing through it. If that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. But you could bring it out and put it somewhere within 30 feet of you. Not that you can see where to put it, but you can just decide it is, some distance away when it appears.
But I'm questioning whether there's any point in actually doing that at all.
It would essentially give her a free turn.
Yeah, it would give her a free turn, but more than that, I'm going to see through its eyes. I'm going to be blinded and can't move anyway. Is that right?
Yep.
So there is no point in that unless I'm sitting on my shoulder again and using it as a cam like we did last time.
But then
I would still need to see through its eyes. So no, there's no point in that then.
Yep. It's a good idea though. Still a good idea though. But again, just mechanically not ideal.
So can I still...
Remember, you can still talk to Fleabite mentally. So it just depends how much honour Kildrath has.
Oh, I'm here to defeat her. No, we have points on this. This is a battle to the...
I think that's Chris. We have points on this there. She's worth XP, she is.
Fleabite has a mug riding on this.
Yeah, exactly. So either Fleabite's going to choose to help me straight off, or I'm going to ask him, Fleabite, can you see her? Can you still see her? But can they? Because you said within...
Only you made the roll.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
And also,
Yep.
like, even if I measure from you, they're already like further than 30 foot away.
30 feet. Yeah. Well, that's what I wasn't sure of.
Yep.
whether or not. So in that case, yes, I will call out to Fleabite. Fleabite, can you still see her? I'm blind.
Ah, so you're just shouting that.
No. Mind.
Right.
Mind. Through the mind.
Yeah.
Through
I
the
was
mind.
gonna say, calling out is very different to mind comms.
Yes.
Cool.
But I will be calling out because now I've got bloody scared that I've just gotten blind.
Also, were you damaged before the fight started?
No.
Okay, no, I'm just bad at maths. That's fine. Then Fleabite will respond. Yes, she is, and will then say whichever direction she is.
What type of directions are you trying to give? And by that I mean, like, describe to me, like, if you pick a random direction for now, give me an example of what Fleabite's going to say to Kildrath.
Clock face, 0 is straight ahead.
I don't know if clock faces are a good
Or-
example here.
No, I know.
I think I probably would do. Just trying to think, like, relative of where Fleabite is, because, like, obviously he knew where we were standing before he went blind. So we'd just say she is, like, on the.
It's tricky, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess you would say, like, she is on your side of us. Like, if she was here, it would be like she is on further from you than us, but closer.
Don't-
Eloquently put.
yeah, right. It is tricky.
Walk around that's right in time. It's tricky.
Yeah.
Maybe then just judging on his orientation, just because I know D&D doesn't have facing mechanics, but he would be facing a direction. So just say, she's behind you.
Okay, so see if you look at your token, Kildrath, right?
Mm-hmm.
You imagine 8 numbers, right? Directly up on our screens is 1. And we just numbered the ones round about you, 1 to 8. Okay?
Yep.
I assume he's still facing at, would that be 6, I guess?
7.
7? Yeah.
Yeah, 7.
So that you're facing that way.
Yes.
There you go, Fleabite. Does that make sense for you?
Mm-hmm.
So he's facing that way. Whether or not you can use the same terms, that doesn't make any fucking sense, so you probably wouldn't. Also, this totally looks a bit like an evil unicorn. Just saying.
I've been thinking that this whole time.
And the zombie stag.
Yeah, I can see the zombie stag,
Oh,
definitely.
Baby unicorn.
I didn't see that.
But yeah, so you wouldn't obviously be able to say, you're facing number 7, so why don't you face this other way? So
Yeah, but I would be able to say he's that would be a right, and that he would know what that means.
Okay, so right and left, I am very happy with you saying right and left.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'll do is I'll happily share a wee picture with you.
See.
Um,
That's maddeningly unhelpful.
Yep.
Okay, well then
So-
Fleabite will say she's. I mean, can I not say distance because
No, not really.
Okay.
Like, no. I
she's-
don't mind you giving lefts and rights,
Yeah.
forwards and backs.
and
Like, I don't mind if you want to give some kind of indication of distance because our characters do understand distance because the meta problem of D&D versus you actually having to assess this. But yeah, I don't mind if you give some kind of distance.
I would say
Because you would be able to. That's the problem. You would be able to quantify something. It's a tricky thing to do.
yes, she is out of your reach. Take shorts. Yeah, two steps left. No. Okay, Alexander not being able to tell his left and right does not mean.
My left or your left?
This is going so well.
I wish I
Um,
could set it so that Keldrath couldn't see and you could see the token. I hate that I can't set that.
That comes down to trust in me. I can cover the screen.
No, not mind. I think this is funnier.
I think. Well, then Fleabite will say, "Fleabite left. You right."
Okay. I think.
Okay. Well, it's your go.
That is my goal.
Yeah, it's brutal.
My
Okay.
head's so sore from this already.
Based on Fleabite, then, I would like to move to here
Okay,
and
perfect.
swing into here.
Which
And
number?
swing number 1.
Okay, perfect. You're rolling with disadvantage, remember, because you're blind.
Yeah. I kind of guessed that would be the case. My unarmed attack.
Misses.
So Fleabite would be able to see him miss.
But I need to ask him. Are you doing flurry? Because you wouldn't have time to react, Fleabite, that's why.
No, this is the problem, is that I don't know whether she's there or not.
Correct. 14's
There's something Alexander would say at this point, regardless of the positioning.
Okay, but
Feel
I
free.
still want to hear his answer as to whether or not he's committing to a flurry of blows or not, because we've thrown the first punch. It is an immediately after decision. I'd like to know that.
Yes, I will do then.
You're going to do a flurry? Yeah? Remember, you don't need to do flurry. I'm just asking if you
Won't
want
move.
to.
And I will just say there's other things you can do with a bonus action specifically.
Gone.
That's your call, Caldrath. You are the one in the fight. Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna just try flurry of blows.
spend your key. Do the things.
Oh, I keep turning that.
It's actually like a monk, even with disadvantage, with flurry of blows, is still actually mathematically not bad because you're, it is still like dice rolling, regardless.
My extra attack then. My attack.
Nope. It'd be just unarmed strike, right? Twice. Yep. The first one is. It's a miss. It's a miss. Yep. Extra attack.
I'm gonna question whether there's any point if I'm attacking the right space.
Like, this is no longer immediate.
Correct.
So would there be time for Fleabite to interject?
Don't know. Do you think what you've said already would have taken 6 seconds?
Probably enough to just say, no, not that way.
Okay, that's fine. I'll let you say that. Yeah, that's fine. That is probably at the
Okay,
peak of what you can cram in a round. You can reply, I don't mind if you reply,
Yeah.
but there's not much that he can say back to you at this point now, Keldrath. You don't mind if you say something back to him in response to that, but yeah.
Shit! So can I use my extra attack then to go number 8?
Sure, yeah. So number 8 is that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So for anybody that isn't following,
Again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just in case people aren't following. Sure, go for it.
Oh, I'll keep doing that.
Miss.
At this point, Fleabite just face palms it.
Oh, wrong one again.
Okay. Is that your done there? Because I think
That'd be,
I think you've
You
used.
do still have movement.
Yeah, I was going to say. So you've moved 2 squares. So that's what 20. Right. Yeah. So you've used 20. So you've still got some movement, if you wish.
Can I ask then? Again, this is going to hurt. I know it's going to hurt. See the walls around about this? We're on a plateau, so this is walls leading up.
Yeah, this
If
is
I
high
go
up.
to the edge, I'm falling off.
Yeah.
Right? No. I'm
Please
gonna stay
don't.
right.
Like, I don't mind you
No.
metaing the fact that there's a. Yeah.
No, I was trying to put my back against the wall, so she's only got a couple of places to attack. But if that's a ledge down the way,
Oh no, this
I
is
don't
just
have anywhere to
open
go.
for a reason. Yeah.
yeah,
Whereas- yep.
fair enough.
Yep.
In that case, I'm staying put.
Okay,
I
that
can't
is
do
probably
anything
the
else,
most
I'm blind.
sensible thing. I don't mind people
Yeah.
like metaing the fact that it's like, will I fall off that? Yep, you will.
So there is one thing that I would say is something to remember for fights in general, that you do have the ability to stand up from prone at a much better rate than anyone else does.
Yes.
And prone is not all bad.
I mean, it is.
Are you suggesting that you do the COD like just throw yourself on the ground strategy?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
I don't. Okay, so besides this, right?
So
I don't
stand on me.
actually understand what the advantage here would be in that situation for anything. So,
Bants, Ryan.
Oh, the bans.
Already got-
Okay, fine. The bans.
If they already have advantage on him, then
You can't have more advantage.
they
That
can't have
makes sense.
double advantage. And
You
you
don't
would
know
get
that. You don't
Not
know if
yet,
they've got
anyway.
a skill that says they can like benefit from double advantage.
true.
I could just type that in now.
But it does give you then advantage against range attacks, which who knows. So there's a good chance it does nothing, but there's also there's 2 outcomes. Therefore, it's 50-50. It does help.
You know what? I actually agree with the strategy now. I think he's right.
Yeah, because I don't know whether or not she stabbed me or threw those knives at me.
I definitely felt like stabbing, and they watched her stab you. There was no throwing. I'll give you that. Like, they saw it and you experienced it. Right, like, for example, there we go. Look at that weird, like.
Okay.
I was going to say,
I've
if
said my
anyone,
piece. Do what you will.
if anybody can have
Yeah,
double
I am. Your move, Ryan.
Echo. Okay, I don't mind if you want to go prone or whatever. It's entirely up to
No.
you. Like, it is something I think your character would well within. Like, anything like martially, I don't think you need to worry about justifying like your monk understanding it. But yeah, how much you just want to just lie down on the ground is a. Okay, so if you're happy with it being my go, I'll take my turn. Yeah.
Before you take your turn, Drunken Elfris gives a drunken cheer.
Okay. What does it sound like?
Ah, yeah.
'Kay.
Thanks.
That. So, Cardrath, that sounded like that came from that direction, just so you know. Or technically that direction. Where are we? That direction. Where actually are we? Okay, so. Yep. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do attack 1. Oof, that's not going to hit you. An 11.
Okay, I'm going to spend a key point here. Oh, or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm. Where am
I was going to say, I don't think you can spend a key point here.
I?
Because I think you're trying to think about this thing about catching an object. Is that right? Like the missile thing?
No, there's something else.
Okay, I'll wait.
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna go.
don't think that works either because there's. Are you meaning redirect?
Yeah, no, it would be if there's another character on
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Aye.
you did hear Eltris shout.
The real problem is it's that you can see.
Yeah. So that means it wouldn't work. That is the qualifier.
But it is a cool move.
It is. No, the other thing is, again, monks are really cool. They're just wordy. They're very wordy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
So
like.
just to explain, this is the one I was
Yep.
thinking of.
Right, when a creature misses with a melee attack roll, you spend 1 key point, so redirect cause that to another creature of your choice, other than the attacker that it can see within 5 feet of you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it is another creature.
The interesting thing as well is like the redirect technically works, but it doesn't at the same time because the qualifier is that you can to actually make it connect with the creature. You need to see a creature in 5 feet, but the first part doesn't have that requirement because the requirement is when they miss you.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
It's kind of like just stabbing air, I suppose, hoping for the best. But no, you don't need to spend any key or anything like that. That's cool.
Yep.
Okay. But an 11 is absolute garbage. Come on, Svipdag. Like, now we're talking. Okay, enjoy your 8 damage.
Okay, okay. Me again.
No, not
Or is
yet.
it? No.
Okay. And now it's you. Because they're on the GM layer, you can't see them in the turn order, so when I change the order, it doesn't actually do anything for you, but it does for me. Okay, so yeah. Again, in 2 daggers, back out.
And Drunken Eltris gives a drunken cheer.
Way!
I need some key meditation that makes sense around about me.
Can I offer any advice?
Run.
Like Alexander advice, not flea bite advice?
Go for it. Any help? Anything helps.
To remember that as a monk, you can spend 1 key point to do the patient defense as a bonus action. So while it doesn't necessarily solve your problem, it
mitigates it, yeah.
It would help. But it does cost you a key and your bonus action. Which is why...
But it stops my advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it
so
does, because
that
that's the trade-off. Because dodge means that if you dodge, all attacks have disadvantage against you. If she's gaining advantage at the moment, it just cancels out.
Yeah.
So it is a nice defense in this situation. Let's put it that way, and in every situation, to be honest. Dodge is great,
especially like monks usually having such high AC anyway.
And key points just coming back on a short rest is absolutely fucking atrocious. So yeah.
Would you not still have advantage if that was the case? Because you have double advantage, so if you took one of these, you just have advantage, right?
I don't know if you actually read back up. I reposted it. With
no, I saw that, but I ignored it because it's not true.
Oh, okay, so you're just like on Team Svipdag, yeah, fully.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on Team Ryan. That's all.
Okay. Well, Team Ryan is definitely not the type of team that wants to shaft his players by just making up rules on the spot that way. Just to win, specifically, by the way, to win. I don't mind making up rules on the spot if it makes the game more interesting. But anyway, so what is the plan, Keldrath?
I'm gonna do a psychic call out to Flea Bite again. Can you help? Is she close?
Alexander's hoping I'm going to send you a new image.
Kind of.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I presume he's still facing this way?
He's facing 8. The last time he hit, right?
So that way.
Yep. Mm.
Then I guess
This is why blind fighting is such a fucking good technique for fighters, isn't it? Dear God, it's so good.
I guess Fugate just says, no, you're right, yes. And then, half right. Five step.
Yep, perfect. So you're right, half right, 5 step. Should just be the session title.
So you're right.
One great leap for Keldrath. One small step for John Madden.
2, 3, 4, 5.
5 step.
5 small steps for John Madden.
It's a small step, 5 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can be.
Oh, this is the worst game of Blind Man's Bluff there ever was.
Why do you think she was confident enough to take on 4 of you?
Yeah. So 1 there.
It's when all the AoE people just have to go, I'm sorry folks, sorry party members, I'm just gonna have to go nuclear.
So yeah, I'm going to try for that square then.
Okay. Can you make it to that square on foot?
So that would be
10.
10,
Mm-hmm.
20, 25, 35, 45, yeah?
Yeah.
If I bump into her, I make no apologies.
You seem to get stopped there by something.
Yeah. Right, okay. I'm going to take my attack and save. Just to make sure I am attacking here, strangely enough.
I am shook by this, yeah.
Before you do that,
So,
can I redeem some triumph for him?
It wouldn't. Would it matter?
Well, wouldn't it cancel?
Yeah, it would. It would make it a normal roll, yeah.
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 so what was that, sorry?
Free goose.
Alexander, do you want to explain what you were doing?
So I've just spent some triumph to redeem the inspiration, which you can now have, and you may wish to choose to use it to give yourself advantage on the next attack. That advantage would cancel out the disadvantage that you have from being blind to make it a normal attack.
Thank you very much.
Now that he's suggesting that you should hit that square.
But do it. Oh, now if I miss, I'm not going to be a happy bunny.
I know
So-
you've said that, it's a guarantee you'll hit.
I hope so.
Right, so normal
okay.
roll, if you're spending the inspiration, which I assume you are,
I will do.
a normal roll, it hits.
I'm going to take the damage on that then.
That would be recommended. Am I shocked it's 8? No.
No, why is it always 8?
It's
And then
Oh.
I'm going to take my flurry of blows. So taking my
So-
T down 1. Sorry. Go for it.
It's your turn.
And flurry is immediate.
Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
so flurry
Yep, so if you
of
want
blows first.
Yep, so
and
if you
then
want to do
Stunning
flurry,
Strike.
pop in obviously flurry. You're now back to disadvantage, remember.
But you do get 2, so it's actually not bad.
Yeah, it's honestly it's a great again, monks don't really mind disadvantage too much. It's not as painful because they just have a shit ton of attacks anyway. So you never feel like you're being super robbed. Okay, so disadvantage, 2 unarmed attacks. Let's see how we do. Attack 1.
I've got to hit here to use Stunning Strike. Come on, come on.
Miss. Miss.
Oof.
And your extra attack. Miss.
Well, at least I got 1 hit.
Definitely. So your range is somewhere between, what, 15 or 16 and 23? Was it 22? I think it's the lower of the higher end ones you've hit. I think the first one
Yeah.
you rolled was 22. So your range is in there. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's true because I don't think you can move anywhere.
Well, you
No.
can now because you get an extra 10 from the flurry of blows.
Oh, yeah, true, actually.
I just don't know what advantages in moving. Apart from making her have to move to hit me.
Which the others can see doesn't seem to be an issue for her.
No, exactly.
Like, I very much don't.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Never mind. Oh,
Okay.
Okay. Never mind.
It's okay?
Yeah, I'll take the hit again. Oh, that's my move finished.
Okay, cool. Was it patient defense you were looking at there?
No,
No.
I should have done my Dragon Breath.
Ah. I understand. Hey, you might be able to find her again. Who knows?
Well, we're going to communicate better, so.
I mean, sure.
Where are we here?
Drunken Eltress, Drunken Cheers.
Right, so attack 1. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's quite a bad crit, actually, but
Still, it's 12. With somebody that's on 25, it's half.
yeah, it's a lot of low rolls. Much to your benefit, of course.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
And attack 2. Oh, thank you.
Oh, God.
Is it the same? Oh my god. It's a bit better, is it not? Not much.
I'm down.
Are you? Is that enough?
Yep. Yeah, that's me. That's me down to -2.
Okay, so you're on 0 still. It just means that you're unconscious because she's choosing to do non-lethal with her last
Indeed.
attack. As I assumed you would have too, unless this was the turning point for Killer Draft. Like, and the killing blow!
No, that was the agreement.
Although, ironically, right, this is the thing that I think's funny. Not the reader's written's problem. Magical damage you're not able to do non-lethal with magical attacks, and your fists are magical. It's dumb, right? It's really dumb.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Although it's magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance.
Yeah, true.
I think usually I would probably try and argue the other way, but I guess because having magic attacks just seems like it would
This is where you need to learn the GMing and player variations of ruling, because
Mhm.
yeah, it is very easy to it's stuff that doesn't come up, and I just find it funny. Like how I think somebody said werewolves can't ever die from falling damage because it's not magical damage. So yeah, it's pretty good. Also, 2 werewolves can't hurt each other because they don't have silver claws or magic claws, and it needs to be silver or magic.
It's
to damage
funny
them.
how werewolves requiring silver to die is 100% just the thing now, but it's like a
You're-
100-year-old
you're-
trope.
Yep, it's just what it is. It's just a nice way of trying to implement silvered weapons into a game that doesn't really support it or care about it, to be honest, because I don't know many people that use silvered weapons a lot in this, like, yeah. Like, for example, Eltrist, do you feel great about having that silvered greatsword? You feel like it's
come in
really,
so handy.
yeah, changed your life completely. Yep. As soon as you meet a werewolf, though, you're sorted.
Yay.
Right, yeah, so Keldrath gets knocked unconscious. I will reveal the mystery location of right there. And just so as you know, you've probably guessed this, but she had this. So the difficult terrain didn't bug her.
I want to know how many points you had left.
I'm sure you do. Weirdly, you can't seem to see how many points she had left.
No, strangely enough, I'm still blind.
But also the others haven't seen her like in a bloodied state either, which means she's at least over half. Because as I said, I don't mind sharing the bloodied or not terminology. So yeah. But you did put a lot of damage into her.
Do you know what? That was 40 points of damage. I don't think that was too bad.
That's, I mean, and you fought blind? Like,
Yeah.
it's alright. It's alright. Yeah. So, yeah, she walks away laughing, I guess. I'm going to move us off this screen. Put us back onto like her.
Did I impress her at all,
I mean, we'll see when you come to,
though?
right? Oh dear, let me get rid of the turn order. Move that back. So yeah, I think she walks away laughing, and she'll say to the two onlookers, perhaps you should collect your companion.
Eltrist is still clapping. And then, yeah, and I'd go over to go get him. I just wanted to point out that I was still clapping. I just wanted that to be noted.
Yep. That's the word. It is in the log.
More for Svipdag than anyone, but yeah.
Okay. Yep. What about you two? Did you exchange property? The bet?
I think I'm owed a mug of some sort.
I'll wait for him to pick up Eltrist and
You mean Keldreth?
tell that, yeah. And,
I mean, it isn't just Fleabag going to drag him by the foot all the way back now? Down
Into the
this,
sack with him.
Yep.
Into the sack.
or just like toboggan down the side of the rock on you. So, Fleabag.
probably just, yeah, I guess, mage hand him the mug, so it's like floating in front of his face. Just try and use that to entice the drunkard back.
So we got some kind of
To
weird
what,
Pad
sorry?
Piper type thing
Yeah.
on the go. So Fleabag's doing a weird dance backwards while like casting Mage Hand to hold a mug in front of you to try and have you follow that while you lift Keldreth back to camp.
Do you mean like a horseback carrot
Yeah,
type thing?
100%.
Yeah, okay, cool. I love it.
Vanger, you see this approach to
Okay.
camp. An unconscious Keldreth slung over the shoulder or however Eldris is carrying him, and Fleabag enticing him to come with the mug. Yeah.
I see. What's wrong with him?
You will see the error of his ways, yes.
I suppose that's where we just end the session on that line then. Yeah. Slightly dramatic tone, yeah. Okay, yeah. What would you like to call the session?
Not the error of his ways, because he needs to be awake to see that. And he was blinded a lot this session.
What was that move called again? Was it Snowblind Burst? I guess I can. That was my suggestion.
This is not even good enough to share. It does.
Have we lost you, Colin?
What's happening?
The idea is so bad. Oh man. You know what? No, I can't even share that because I can't even justify how I came up with it.
That's fine.
And it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
I feel like
Sorry.
you have to put it in now, though. Like,
No,
it
it doesn't make sense. I was gonna say, right, because I thought like, well, you couldn't see her attacking him, and so I was like, can't see the forest for the trees. Then I could go like, can't see her fists for the trees, but there were no trees, and it wasn't her fists.
Yeah.
So I couldn't see her fists for the trees.
I think he's gone.
Yes.
I feel like
It's one of
Colin
the
in real life
stupidest
is
things
as
I've
drunk
ever
as
said.
Elvis was.
Colin, if you need me to drive to your house to help you in some way, let me know.
I'm alright.
Okay.
I am stone cold sober, which might be the problem.
Okay. It's just like the complete opposite of it. Yeah, okay, yeah.
How do you spell Svipdag?
Svipdag is this, so. Yeah.
Oh, I just spelled it in as well for you. Sorry, I didn't realise you'd done it already, Ryan.
Hey, at least it made you remember her name.
See, to be honest, it has been.
Oh, so that's great. That's actually great. There we go. You're getting my vote for that one. Anything that references Crouching Tiger is a win for me, so. There we go. Perfect. Now, had you actually crouched down as per the advice that was given?
Yeah, exactly.
That's good. I'm liking it. I think that was one quite clearly. Okay. Goals. Talk me through the goals, team.
Nope. The answer.
We didn't reach the city of Paris. We seem to have come to further confirmation that we all seem to be inclined towards sparing the dragon egg, but we haven't really discussed it. So I don't think we're stopping the deaths anytime soon, or at all. We haven't left the territory, but we've made some positive steps. I haven't been convinced of anything. Eltrus hasn't found anything out. I haven't kept anyone alive, but neither have they died. And Keldrath did challenge Svipdag to test of might, but lost.
So there is that. So, what updates to the goals are we doing?
I'm challenging her again.
Like waiting for the cooldown to expire and hitting the button again.
Round 2.
Is Fleabite tempted?
At least now you know what you're up against, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the reason why I liked her is because it isn't just like out and out raw power that she's got. It is just those types of tricks, right? Like fighting on her type of terrain, fighting with like that level of, almost misdirection. Yeah. And the 17 can be hit on a lucky, roll, right? So nobody's got enough penalties, I think, that means they would auto fail it on a d20 for their saves for charisma. So a 17's tough but achievable, as you've seen with the other fight, the big guy go down fight. So
Yep.
you'd have done well. Wheel.
Do you know what? I'm quite happy the way that went.
You did
I
well.
didn't expect to win it, but I didn't think it would be.
As I said, that's a significant amount of
magic
damage you put into it, yeah. Right, so folks, goals. We have a blank goal still in the generals. But I'm assuming the rest are staying put, I assume, unless you're ditching stop the death since you're predicted. And then, obviously, any personal goals that may or may not have to change.
Do you think that our conversation would have led Svipdag to be convinced that there is an enemy out there to be considered ahead of the fire giants?
What do you mean by that? Like,
well, as I said back at the beginning of it, if we're trying to look at the general goals, stop the deaths that Cynthia's predicted. So Cynthia predicted that the fire giants were going to die. And my concept walking into this one this week was that if we could convince them that the
yeah, like you're saying, like if we can try and make them have a truce or something with the fire giants,
yeah. I mean, even convincing them that the Gith are a bigger threat than the fire giants, in our opinion. We gave them.
I'll tell you this much, then you've definitely conveyed that you believe the Gith are a threat to, like, big enough that you're willing to go like poke a dragon, right?
Exactly.
Even if you think that's maybe a bad idea, right? Because you did kind of convey that to Svipdag. You did say dragons do what dragons do, but you know, I don't really feel like going up and just like smashing it to bits, and it might be the thing that they fear. So you did convey a lot to her about like what you consider the Gith are as a threat, which is, you know, reasonably big. So yeah, I would say you've conveyed that much to her that, like, you know, if she incited you, that's obviously something you might not understand, but she didn't like mock you for your beliefs or anything that way. Just the fact that you thought, oh, I'm going to go get a dragon, which is scary to most people, to fight invaders. So to her, if she believes that you're just being sincere with that, that means to her she'll understand you're less scared of the dragon than the invaders. Does that make sense?
It does.
Beyond that, though, you don't know what she read.
No, we don't know her influence
on. But she shared a drink with you, gave you a barrel of beer, and then fought you. Like, you know, good fun. So
exactly.
Yeah. So she doesn't seem to hate you guys, which is something. Yeah. Why? What was your end game thoughts to that line of thinking?
No, it is still basically if we've convinced her, can she convince Menglod that there is a greater enemy out there, and would that end the deaths? We may not know that.
You know, with it, no, I'm going to have to stop you here. You know what's going to happen, right? Because let's forecast this a little. They're going to propose a merging of the tribes. It's going to mean lots of wedding preparation to bond the tribes. That's going to be at least 20 sessions worth of a side story where I have to come up with like wedding drama on both sides of the zombie side and fire giant side. Do you know what I mean? You're going to have to find a gift. It's probably gone missing somewhere. Are you inviting the Tonans from, you know, Evershade? Might be rude not to. Difficult, you know. I don't know if I want to commit myself to another wedding storyline to unite the tribes to head north or south or wherever you feel the greater threat
I've
is.
never had a wedding storyline, so I have no idea what you're talking about now.
Might I refer you to the 20 sessions worth
so that's all it is. I've just got this thing in my head, trying to convince her. She can convince other people. Maybe it would. We might never know. We'll head up the mountain once I've had 8 hours, 24 hours rest or something like that to heal.
If you want to roll, actually, if you want to roll a d4 now, while we're still obviously the moment. Roll a d4. That's how long you'll wake up naturally. It'll be hours. You'll just like wake up that many hours later. There you go. So you're going to be out for 4 hours unless somebody applies health to your body. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. No idea if that's like an
Yeah.
official rule or not. I don't know, but like I saw a GM do that as a method of like doing like the unconscious side of things to speed up his game, and I've liked it ever since. But they didn't allow people to apply health to them to wake them up earlier, which I thought was kind of sucky. Because I'm like, possibly 4 hours unconscious, or risk dying and get somebody to heal me in 6 seconds. Yeah. But anyway.
And then on top of that, I need 8 hours to.
You could short rest, remember, and you could cook if you had something to cook. So yeah, you've got options. You've got options, and you have a healer.
We need the long rest anyway, don't we? Because we're still.
Yeah, you're settling in for a long
balance.
rest. That's literally why Vanguard set up a camp. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like you don't even need to go to the efforts of like short rest or anything like that. You can just like all commit to like, turning in for the night.
And we've got a promotion to work on after our long rest anyway.
Do we?
We should have.
A promotion, you say?
Level 9. Level up.
Right, yes. That makes more sense. I was like, promotion? Who promoted you? You have ranks!
Promotion.
Like
Yeah, level up. Level up.
I'm the only captain around.
It's already gone to it's still not past midnight yet, Alexander.
Yeah,
Give yourself some time.
We still don't have our level 9 characters yet.
Soon though. Soon. You're right. As soon as you get this long rest. I actually totally
Yeah.
blanked on that, but it was the rank thing that threw me off. I was like, promotion?
Yeah, sorry.
Promotion?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm with you. Right, goals. Are any being added or changed, folks? Because I don't see anything in the blank general goal. And I don't think Eldrath is like a million miles away with the idea of suggesting maybe try and use the fact that you are at least neutral with Menglod as people currently. I mean, it does kind of go against the bottom one, which is leave the territory of Menglod without instant. But it's not to say that that would cause instant. You could say, how about we talk about this? No, okay, bye. Like, because literally your experience was you were taken there, you were offered, do you wish to try and fight your way out of this, or are you going to just, return, or are you going to come, like, bend the knee, essentially? And you went and goes, okay, where's your tribute? This is my tribute. This seems to do. Fine, you just can go about your business. Fairly straightforward interactions.
Yeah. Even a simple conversation just saying, we've been treated honourably, we have treated you honourably, we would like to give one more piece of advice, that the Geth are coming. The Geth are attacking this world. All of this world. And then leave it at that. If that's enough to convince them, brilliant. If it's not, we can't do it anymore.
It's enough for a conversation, but it's not enough for a goal. Yeah, but it is definitely, like, again, conversations generally aren't goals. Generally. But it's not to say you shouldn't still say that. Even if it's not, like, incentivized with XP.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah. So, anyone else? Goals going once? Goals, going twice? Nobody? Okay, cool. I guess that's goals done. And then sadly you did lose your goal. But
I did.
Hey, that's the point of them, right? Sometimes
Exactly.
you win them, sometimes you don't. It was a good scene. I enjoyed it. As I said, you've got to enjoy the joys of trying to GM blind as a condition, which is awful, if you ask me.
Need to find a way around about that and come back.
Just paint on eyes and try and like psych her out. Oh dear. So, yeah. Also, another thing, Caldrath, roll a D100 for me just now.
Myself?
Yeah. D100.
In the wrong page. Come on.
Just so I can make a note of something. Perfect, thank you. Don't worry, it's kind of unrelated to your personal circumstances there. It's just so I can make a note. Think, right.
I don't like that.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's not something that directly impacts you in any way, so don't worry. It's just it helps me make a decision, and if I don't need to be in charge of making the decision, I don't mind outsourcing that type of stuff. So yeah, it gives me a bit of a gauge. But besides that, we're on to wrap up chat. So yeah, why don't you start us off, Eltris?
Okay. Well, begin with. I was going to say, I know that obviously 2 seconds ago, we were talking about goals. We're talking about obviously Chris feeling that goal, but I'm just going to say that was probably like one of the funnest things that I've kind of witnessed in a long time, and I really enjoyed it.
Good.
Just kind of watching, it was really fun, and I think kind of obviously seeing combat, but like not actually having any
Peril.
bad outcome from it. Yeah, you know what I mean, and it's just a bit of fun, like
Yeah.
just a good wee bit of fun. Like
It's
I really
it's
enjoyed
why
it.
the
It was
goal
really cool.
system does have merit if you're doing things like I'd like to challenge this person and like a competition type vibe. It means you can incentivize stuff like that with combat instead of it being XP, please give me kills, please let's go murder things, let's kill all these ice giants because they've all got an XP tag hanging from them.
Yeah. So I really enjoyed that. I thought it was really cool.
Also, blindness
Apart from
sucks. At least you've learned that too.
I've learned that, and I never want to come across that personally. So from now on, I'm sitting out of all fights.
I thought you were going to say I'm just going to close my eyes for all fights. Like, that's not how that works.
Actually playing right into the hand. But yeah, like it was good. Apart from that, I like Zipdag.
Not enough to get her name right though, apparently.
No. I'm saying it right. Zipdag.
Okay.
Zipdag.
How much damage have you taken so far?
He's still drunk.
None.
Okay.
Please. But yeah, I like her. I'd like to get to know Menglod a little bit better, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
She would be pretty cool.
Let them pass.
Oh, and that guy, that head. But yeah, no, just in general, really enjoyed it. Kind of looking forward to kind of seeing how everything kind of plays out, and like how we kind of leave this place, and if obviously it's going to be peaceful or not. Like I'm kind of hoping so, but I feel like maybe there's always that little bit at the back of your head that's like, well, I kind of hope not though, and that it does get fucked up, and it just
Really? You want these poor
Yeah,
people to
kind-
like get fucked up?
no. Well, if the fucking up is coming from us,
Right,
if we're
okay.
going stabby, if it comes to that, I would like to. My main goal would probably be to get out without incident. Obviously,
Sounds more like a
that would
general goal
there.
than a main
that
goal.
would
Yeah.
stay there, yeah. But yeah, I mean, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong, and we get our we'll see what happens. As long as no harm comes to Dipdye, everything will be absolutely fine.
Like, we're so many iterations away from dipstick, right? And like oil tests on cars. Oh dear. Anything else,
Apart from
Eltris?
that, Ryan,
Mhm.
no, nothing. Thanks for having me, as always. It's the highlight of my week.
Good. Yeah. Poor Svipdag. That's all I'm gonna say. Wenger. A slightly quieter and or manic Wenger this week.
Yeah, it's a slightly quieter session with Vanger because Vanger keep camp rather than go and watch the game. Yeah, that was a bit later on. But it was fun.
Mhm.
I was fairly convinced going in that it was unlikely to be a win. For Keldrath because meta wise, I very much felt, as I think it was Alex said earlier, she's presumably balanced for our group to fight.
Imagine she wasn't though, and she was just ballsy enough to just.
I mean,
take
that's
us on.
entirely possible. It's not like she knew how
Mhm.
powerful we were, right? She
Yep.
might just have thought, oh, these are just some schmucks. So
Do
yeah,
any of you have? Sorry, do any of you have anything that could have negated the blindness spell if it just so you were out of range.
So
Do any of you
the thing
have
is,
anything-
it wasn't even a spell. Like,
oh, natural ability.
it's such a weird effect. I would say it's more like a supernatural ability rather than a spell-like ability. Yeah, it's a strange one because it doesn't really have a lot of, like, as you saw, that's what I'm working with. There's what it tells you it is. Very little of that gave me direction other than here's what it is. The only thing I needed it to be was a snowy environment, which it was. So it's almost like she's kicking up dust, or I don't know, making you more attracted to the snow. I don't know how it works, but
No blindness of some sort.
yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
No,
I
it's
just thought
okay.
I'd ask Anger because
Oh.
you've got the
I don't
abilities to
believe
do
we-
things like that.
I don't believe we do. Could be mistaken, but I don't.
Yeah, it might be like a remove some kind of condition type spell. It won't be called that, but maybe like remove ability or cure, like maybe restoration, maybe a restoration spell of some kind. Maybe does it.
If Vanger had been blinded and he had then turned into an animal, would the animal still be blinded?
Probably conditions probably carry over because it's an external condition, right? Like being on fire. Right? It's not like Vanger loses his sight due to old age, for example, and then shifts into something that can see. Does that make sense?
I like the idea that you just compared blindness to being on fire.
I mean, for D&D terms, it's not very different.
Yes.
Like, it's an ongoing effect, right?
Effect.
The funnier thing as well is when Keldrath woke up, had he rolled, like, say, obviously he couldn't have rolled under an hour, but had he woke up, like, under an hour later, he'd have been blind still.
Yeah.
Because it's not like a save ends, it's just an hour. It's an absolutely brutal blind power. That is one of the stronger conditions that you'll see. Not many things have that level of, like, status effect.
Oh, it's kind of ludicrous, to be honest with you. Like,
Yeah.
like,
Hey, it's not as bad as
there
the
are a
rules
lot
is
of
written.
builds that are basically taken out of a fight by that.
Oh yeah. Yep. Again, a
Um,
17's doable. A 17's doable. And some people have advantage and stuff like that, just naturally. So, yeah.
But could she have done that like every turn?
I mean, you're reading what I'm reading. It's just something she can do. Yeah.
Oh, in that case, yeah, there's no way you're consistently making 17s. Yeah, I genuinely don't think there's a chance we could have beaten her if she
But-
can do that constantly.
Doesn't it say you're immune to it though after it? That's,
Does it?
no, it doesn't.
No.
Nope,
Oh,
so
it
it's
didn't
even
give
more
it.
broken. Even more broken than it
Yeah,
is normal.
that's just like,
Yep.
unless you can consistently get really lucky.
Or
you're
you're
going
immune
to
to
be-
cold damage, apparently. That's
Yeah,
it.
but that's not a common
That's such
thing.
a weird condition though, right? Like, obviously, but the thing is, certain things can maybe grant you those if you had a
Sure.
good enough spell. But yeah, like, that is like, immunity to cold's an interesting one. Because it doesn't do cold damage to you. So is it just because snow is cold?
I presume it's because if you're immune to cold, you're assumed to be immune to like cold magic.
Or cold environments, I guess? Yeah. It's a very weird ability, but either way, it's quite an interesting ability for me.
But yeah, those are basically my thoughts. It was fun.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
was fairly confident it was going to go the way it was going to go, but it was entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah. And Fleabag.
Yeah, I had been doing quite a lot of reading into invisibility-based effects, and
Nothing to do with an
It's-
evocation or invocation, sorry, at all, is it?
nothing to do with anything like that. No, of course not. And my conclusion is that D&D is not written well.
No, correct. It's 100% not.
'Cause
Although, again,
there's-
that one answer we got from Crawford was like a rarity, so here's to you, Crawford.
I'll send you some of the
Here's
stuff he
to
said
you, Joe
about.
DiMaggio.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they will. There's a lot of stuff with invisibility that has the same problems.
It's because
as
it's an
blind.
awkward thing to implement. See, if you're around a table, how are you meant to manage invisibility without it just being a metagame clusterfuck? Right? So, for example, if I was doing... Let me just put us back on that, like... that map.
Surely invisibility comes from a stealth roll.
No, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's not.
Hidden comes from a stealth roll.
Yeah.
The condition of invisible is independent of that.
Like, if I move you
Okay.
here, right, and then I think, well, she was there originally, right? So I think I did my 2 attacks, and I just moved her up to, like, here or something. Do you know what I mean? So there was that, was like the first thing. It wasn't quite like that, but it was roughly like that. I think you moved, like, there and did attacks. So then she
Yeah.
moved, I think she moved into there, because that was where you last attacked you, and moved to, like, there. Then you, like, perfectly picked where she was. But can you see how, like, me doing that here, it's very difficult for you as a player to not meta game where you want to move your guy.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's
yeah,
super
100%.
tricky. And yeah, it is. It's an awkward way to do it. And obviously, because I've got like the streaming stuff, it's tricky to do it where I can have, because I don't have as many layers as I would like on Roll20. I would like it if I could have put you on like layer 1 vision and kept her off of that, but given everybody else layer 2 where they see everything and her. Just because that's how it should work, right? People should be able to see certain tokens or not. Like everything tagged with a 1, for example, everybody can see it. It's tricky, lighting's a bit shit. My temptation was to set lighting onto this map, make it like nighttime, turn off your ability to see in the dark in general, because I know you don't have it anyway. So you'd have a black screen, and then have her on the map as normal, that everybody else could see. But I'm like, that's awkward as fuck. Anyway. And the temptation, not to say you would have, but the temptation is that you could just look at the stream regardless. So it's a tricky one to pull off. It's just awkward. So even with a digital interface, it's not easy, and with a physical interface, like a table and minis, it's kind of impossible. Unless you sit there with a grid in your hand and a notebook, and you just write where you're moving her. Like, I guess a chess game over post. It's not a great mechanic, to be honest. Again, not to.
Yeah, so blindness versus invisibility is much the same thing, much the same challenges.
Like invisibility is a bit easier because I can just do this with her if I made her invisible, and nobody sees her.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't. This is where I've.
No, that makes it easier because then you just don't have the ability to then communicate with them where she is.
Yes, but my point is that invisible, the condition is weird. Because like you can still you can't be seen, but you know,
it's because
you just have disadvantage and things. It's not
so
like you can't be.
It's obscurement is the rules you need to look into, because obscurement is what it actually generates. So for the purposes of hiding, you are heavily obscured. Heavily obscured is a condition on top of everything else. Like it's a, almost like an environmental condition or whatever. It is an environmental effect actually. It's right, and it's in the green box below. And then it just states a creature in heavily obscured area effectively suffers from the blinded condition.
Yeah.
So it just bounces you back up to blinded. And blinded just says you automatically fail any ability check. It's bad. You automatically fail any ability check which requires sight. You have a disadvantage on attack rolls, and attack rolls against you have advantage. So, yeah. So most of the things, remember this came up in this game early on when Callum used that ring to cause the smoke cloud thing, and it was just a clusterfuck of who can see who with what conditions, because everyone's fucked. But then because everyone was fucked, it was normal rolls for everybody. Because it all cancelled out. It was really dumb. It kind of meant the smoke. It kind of just meant the smoke was pointless. Except nobody knew where they were. It was just moving in the dark but fighting normally. It like.
Would you see looking for the answer?
I wouldn't, but I don't mind if you do.
Okay.
So yeah, and then obviously it's going. Oh yeah, appearing again next to you. It's very scary. So that's why it's a terrible, terrible thing. But yes, please continue, Alexander.
I was trying to find, because I knew someone. I thought it was the monks. It's actually the rogues get blind sense, which would not have helped.
Okay.
So, starting at 14th level, if you are able to hear, you are aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creatures within 10 feet of you.
Wow.
And she's not hidden or invisible.
It's it's weird because by him being blind, she is to him. But she herself isn't.
Yeah.
Except to him. So I think it probably should. I would argue if I was a player and a GM, I suppose, that makes sense, right? Because the whole point is you can hear good. She didn't do anything to his hearing. So, that's so fucking weird.
Yeah, she isn't taking like the hide action.
Yep, but she is effectively hidden without needing to take it from him. Does that make sense? Like, you couldn't be a rogue at the side and benefit from it because the conditions don't exist. Does that make sense? Can you see why it makes sense to me? Because effectively she has to be hidden based on what's the word I'm looking for? Conditional rules at either side of it. Does that make sense? She herself is not hidden from everyone, but she is from him because he is blind. It's like everybody stepping into the fog problem, right? Everybody's blind to each other, but nobody's actually blind. It's just because there's fog in the way. Right?
But hidden isn't a condition either.
No, because hidden only alludes to lightly obscured or heavily obscured.
Which takes us back to...
Exactly, which is what I'm saying. Takes you right back to blinded, which is why I don't think it'd be an issue. Yeah.
But it takes us back to blinded, not invisible.
Yep. But invisible bounces us back to blinded anyway, so it doesn't matter. Either way, you're going to end up with blinded, because the game isn't complex enough to support your wants for a complex understanding, or maybe just a satisfying answer. But yeah, either way, I think blind sense probably should work.
You feel that is exactly what it's for.
Again, though, as we know, 5e sometimes doesn't deliver that. But anyway.
Yeah. Also, I was trying to find more Jackie Chan stuff because that's just what it reminds me of. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I'm confident. I think we could have taken her. All four of us could have taken her.
There's no guarantees they'll all have been blind either, right? You might have managed to pull above that.
I guess my question that I'm likely not going to get the answer to is: did you? Is that what she would have been like for a confrontation with the four?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you the same when you're fighting multiple opponents or one opponent? Especially one being a friendly encounter and then up against, four potentially hostile to the death fights.
I think my initial statement stands. I think based on what we saw.
Yeah, so what I have shared thus far is he did what he did, which was a significant amount of damage. She didn't get blooded. That's all I'm willing to give up, because that's all that's visible, is she didn't seem taxed by that.
But also, if Caldrath had managed to get more dodges off, it ultimately wouldn't have made that much difference.
Yeah, it's a good thing about monks, though. They do have answers to a lot of the problems that are conditions anyway. Most of the conditions can be got around by monks, so that's the good thing about them. And obviously perfect dodge is a very nice way to patch in a status effect problem, because they're great.
Yeah, so next time. Theoretical trip down the mountain. Which, so yeah,
Or just loads of persuade rolls to try and recruit her to go up the mountain.
Right,
oh, come on, you've wasted next week's mission.
Yeah, so I think it was good fun watching from the sidelines and giving thematically accurate advice. That's probably as helpful as Fleabag could have been.
I think I'd prefer it rather than saying, you giving the exact directions kind of defeats the point of the blinded conditions, secondary effects, which is the narrative effects of not knowing where she is. Right? Just having somebody say, she's exactly here. So you go up 4 squares and left 3, or whatever the directions happen to be. To me, that's a very big D&D meta convo. But I don't mind if your character can literally say, you're right a bit.
And I think it was sort of double negative that I probably said it wrong, and Keltra didn't take my full instruction and managed to make the ends meet in the end.
Yeah, no, it was perfectly fine, and it wasn't. Again, it's not an easy thing to handle, but that's kind of why she did it, right? Obviously, like that's the thing. You might go, "Oh, that's a bit of a weird or sucky mechanic," but that's why she used it to win.
And I absolutely stand by the fact that going prone would have helped.
Okay. Yeah.
In the meta.
Sure. I will happily allow you to stand by your own opinions, apparently. Yeah, anything else, bud?
Looking forward to seeing where we go. And I'm glad that we managed to defer the level up for another time, so I still don't have to make that decision.
Fair. And then Keldras.
I want to start off by saying I 100% echo Vanker's assumption that I was going to get beaten that fight. I had no illusion that I was going to win that, but I'm going to kind of build that into my character. That's.
I will just state then,
challenge is
because
there.
again, this is not a video game. This is definitely a role-playing game, and I put in characters that have the strength I think they should have, not the strength that makes the most interesting fight. You have 100% been able to pick on people that have greatly diminished stats by comparison to you guys in the past. So don't think that everything you meet will be level appropriate. I am more than happy if you walk the wrong way. You will fight something if you are silly. It's far too powerful for you guys, and you should take the hint and run away. So don't think of it too much like everything's going to be geared for you. You are a strong party, as you demonstrated just with 3 men. Never mind the 4-man team you were when you were standing up against her. So had Vanger been a bit more loose cannon-esque than we know he is, and that just became a straight up fight there. I don't know. If I was a viewer, I'd probably bet on you guys, given how quick you dispatched the fucking zombie giant.
I don't know that we can do enough damage quickly enough to avoid our blind becoming crippling, because if I can't see, I can't heal unless I'm right next to you. And without my healing, I just don't see it. I think that blind, that's just I don't see anyone in our party who isn't completely crippled by that, and I think if she can do it constantly, and it seems to be an ability that she can just do with an action, I don't see how we avoid that happening to us constantly. So,
you say this, but the Frost Giant ability you were up against was more dangerous, though. And also
to one person.
Yeah. But it is paralysis.
That's the difference here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You can manage this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is 30 feet. Any character within 30 feet was getting blinded there. So that's... Okay, if you roll over a 17, fine, you're cured. If Vanger, for instance, again, I've been reading in the background...
Also, you're assuming she goes first here in this scenario. Alpha strikes are possible.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm not. I'm entirely thinking that she could probably survive the amount of damage we can put out in turn 1.
Okay, but the amount of damage you can put out in turn 1, as we have seen, is 84. Give or take. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's it just makes you assume that you're mentally thinking she must have had more than that health. Or not. Right? You see my thinking? You can meta some of her health because you know she wasn't bloodied, so if you double the health that he did in damage, you know she's at least more than that. So you can meta that side of the thing. But beyond that, I don't know, I think you're very quick to sell yourself short. That's all. Yeah, she's a tough opponent, but you have a lot on your side. Because you have a lot of control, CC.
It's not necessarily... I don't feel like I have a gauge on just how powerful she was. She didn't seem to be putting out a huge amount of damage, but... I mean... Yeah, as I say, that blind hits me, I am useless.
Yep.
Just useless. Right, that's...
Unless you can filibuster for an hour.
Back to back, everybody, back to back.
Yeah,
where's your back?
I think that however scary the 6d10 paralysis ability might be, you get out of that pretty quickly, and it probably doesn't do full damage most of the time. And like if he gets it on you 2 turns in a row, there's a good chance you might die from that. But he has to do it to you 2 turns in a row. Not he does it to the whole party. Maybe you all fail. There's nothing you can do for an hour. Like that to me is like whole other tier of difficulty.
Yeah, nothing you can do for an hour though is an exaggeration.
Not a massive one though. So
yeah, but blind aiming is a thing you can do. There are certain spells that say you need to see something, correct? But not every spell says you need to see something. And you can target a square that you knew existed. So, yeah, you're definitely...
A lot of my stuff I can't.
Yeah, a lot of your stuff, you have 4 people. You being one of those, obviously. So yeah. Anyway, Keldrath.
Let's stick something into the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you cast lesser restoration on yourself while you were blind?
Okay, let's just actually read what lesser restoration does in the actual compendium. Lesser restoration spell. This is a 2nd level spell. It's a touch spell. It says you touch a creature and can end. Yeah. Why wouldn't you be able to?
I thought there was something like that for monks as well, though.
So the reason is because it doesn't say you need to see anything to do it. And nothing about blind stops you doing any of that. Like, I'll just paste in the actual card.
No.
There's the card there. So, touch, you can touch yourself. You touch a creature, you can do that to yourself and end a condition, a disease affecting it. Condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Yeah. Yep.
So that would be the cure to that.
Yep.
That would be if you've got Vanguard's got lesser restoration, then
I don't.
No. I know you were going to say that. Well.
But that is things, and keep in mind Vanguard can change his spell list as he wishes, and he does technically tick 2 boxes on that spell list, which is Cleric and Druid. So, yeah. That's the thing. This is the stuff you prep for, or don't, right? And obviously, do you know what you're going to be facing all the time? No.
Never.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. Anyway, Keldrath. Anything else?
So yeah, that was really enjoyable. It went exactly the way I expected.
I'm glad you went through with it.
Blindness.
Because I wasn't sure, like, you'd left it a wee bit, like, past the halfway mark, and I was like, are you going to go through with this or not? I'm quite eager to see if this happens or not. So
I wouldn't have put it in there. Well, the only thing that would have stopped me doing it is if everybody had decided, we're just getting out of here. If we'd have done that, then that one had failed. There was only one chance of it happening, as if we were going to stay in that camp overnight. Or we'd gone to war with them, and then I was going to go straight for her anyway. So that wouldn't have been a challenge. It would have just been a straight out attack, and I don't know whether you'd have given me that one that way. So
I'll tell you, since it didn't happen at this point, if you had made a narrative point of stating, Svipdag, I challenge you to a whatever in the middle of a fight, sure. Just doesn't mean to say you'll be not engaged by other things going on around you. But if you declared like a, me to you, finger across the throat action nonsense, like, and actually made it clear you were specifically calling her out, not just jumping on her and smacking her. In the middle of that way. I'd have given it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's
perfect.
Fair. Because it's the same kind of thing, right? I know that we spoke about it was like a, slightly more friendly challenge when we discussed the goal, but if it evolved like that, I think that could still hold, yeah. But it would need that
cool,
prerequisite, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the way I was thinking about it through the week. It was either going to be we were going to this was going to go smoothly. We were going to stay in the camp overnight, and I would have challenged her, or it was going to be an all-out battle, and then I would have said, "She's mine" or something like that, and you deal with her, and blah blah blah, and things like that. That's the way I seen it going. So I also seen the defeat coming because, as we said, she was willing to take on 4 of us. gauging that, but I had to test that.
Oh, definitely.
Or my character had to test that.
Yeah, it was good. I'm glad you did, because it tells us more about Kellegrath as a person, which is good. All these little bits add up to form who he is, which I like. Anything else?
Indeed. No, really enjoyed it. Didn't expect to be blinded. I expected just to be a toe-to-toe battle. Never thought that would go, but hey, that's the roll of the dice.
It is the move that gave me the biggest advantage. I'm like, I can't not open with that. Just the idea that you go punch her loads of times and immediately she just goes snow.
Snow blind.
Yeah, snow. Thank you.
Done.
Yeah, because that would have been quite scary because you moved quite fast across ice and snow and then just hit her with was it all 4 that landed? I think it was.
Yeah, 32 hits straight away.
Absolutely ridiculous as an opening volley. Do you know what I mean? From just punching.
And if I got the stun, then
again would have flipped it quite a bit because we know how devastating stun is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's why I googled to see if I was going to get advantage on that or not. If it did count, because key is a wee bit mystical. Obviously, I'm like, does that count as a magic effect? It doesn't. I was like, that's fine. So I said Crawford's ruling was super clear. She got advantage against magic, so that's why I wanted to clarify that as well. I was like, nope, it's cool. This is good. It's just a straight up roll.
Well, that would have been the other challenge for all 4 of us, because straight away Vanga would have tried to use some magic. Flea bite, maybe, you know what I mean? So if she was getting advantage against them, then
it's advantage against saving throws. So, for example, when Vanger tries to entangle people with magic nets and stuff, she'd get advantage on that, but not against somebody shooting her with a firebolt.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So yeah, certain magical things, not just advantage against magical people. Full stop. Her attacks wouldn't just get advantage against them and stuff like that. It's just a defensive thing she has.
Cool. Okay.
Yep. That's good. It's good to know though.
Yeah, definitely.
What exists
for next time.
Yeah. I love how it's next time we take your Svipdag. Excellent.
Well, enjoyed tonight, yeah.
No, brilliant. Good. I'm glad you also did really well, given that you were up against one of the worst conditions in the game, as you discovered, because it only does disadvantage, but it's all the additional story implications is the crappy thing about it. Poisoned does horrendous conditions to players, but it's just easier to deal with because you can still see. And it just makes the game easier. Yep. And eventually I don't think you'll need to worry about poison because I think you get immunity to that at some point as a monk. So
I do.
Yeah. Either way, thank you all for playing. I am excited to see what you do in Menglod's territory next week. Yeah. Good to see. Obviously, I assume you are just going to go for that long rest and there's going to be no interim between you just waking up after a long rest. And I'm telling you this now so you can all safely do your level ups. And that is a nice way to bolster yourselves. If you also get anything cool, feel free to share with the class at some point. But until then, thank you everybody for playing. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you. You're very welcome. And say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Good night, everyone.